How we doing? A minute, Tom? If not, it's not here. John's had it. He's issued. Hey, Tom, how you doing? Here, are you ready for us?
Good evening. The City Council special meeting will come to order. Pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order dated March 17, 2020, the City Council is authorized to hold public meetings via teleconferencing and to make meeting accessible electronically to all members of the public seeking to observe and to address this legislative body. All Brown Act provisions that require the physical presence of the City Council or the public for City Council meetings are waived. Okay. Ms. Black, would you please call the roll? So we don't need to have a roll call. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Maybe now is a good time for me to make a comment about my presence.
Why don't we do it after the Pledge of Allegiance?
Oh, got it. Okay.
Okay. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Prior to oral communications, Councilman Ebner, as you notice, is in the House, and he would like to make a brief statement.
Yes, and I'm smiling. I'm glad to be here in person. And as you know, I was remote for a number of meetings. I was waiting. The death count in San Dimas was my barometer. And as you might recall, back on March 9th, I had reported that in the previous 6 weeks, we had gone from 57 deaths to 81, which was a huge jump at 4 per week. Since that time, 4+ weeks ago, we've had 7 new mortalities. That's about 1.6 per week, and so I feel that is a measure of how much better things are getting, and so I intend to be here in person now.
Thank you, John. Oral communications. Members of the audience are invited to address the City Council on any item on this agenda. Under provisions of the Brown Act, the legislative body is prohibited from taking or engaging in discussions on any item not appearing on this posted agenda. However, your concerns will be referred to a staff member and set for discussion at a later date. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. There will be 3 options for members of the public to participate during oral communications. There will be 1 oral communication period at the beginning of this meeting for the public to comment on any matter on or off this agenda. Each speaker will have 1 3-minute opportunity to make their comments. At the 2-minute mark, staff will announce 1 minute remains. Public comments will not be taken during each individual agenda item, except for public comment will be taken separately for a public hearing. Do we have any written comments?
Mayor, Council, the following comments were, following individuals submitted comments regarding the discussion on the nepotism issue. Dan Belmont, Kim Ince, Terry Dipple, Steve Madrigal, Jessica Sizemore, Betty Jean Lamb, Albert Bear, Diana Segura, Kathy Begin, Pauline Bruder, Debbie Dilly, Pat and Herbert Viana, Sam Viana, Daniel Bartlett, Michael Motor, Kurt Kranzer, Ernest Baltiera, Stephanie Viana, Craig Yeaton, Tim Jennings, Morgan Cole, Brian Begin, pickleball, pickleball, Gretchen Madrigal, and Charles C. All of those individuals have submitted emails opposing appointments to commissions by appointing family members of councils or staff to boards and commissions. Other emails that we've received are requests for pickleball courts. That came from Matt Wickham, Alan Gall, two comments came in from Chris and Crystal Dixon regarding addressing the homeless population in the city, as well as Letitia B. We received also comment from Bob and Jean Olander regarding the review of the administrative processes for the boards, commissions, and committees, supporting staff's recommendations for changes. Isabel Ebner submitted a public comment regarding the boards and commissions and the application process. And the last email that was received was from Judy Sum regarding an RV issue and a family member at her home. And that concludes the public comments received. They have been posted on the website.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor, Deborah, just for clarification, I think Kirk Kranzer's email was not opposing. I think I don't know if it reads he's in favor either, but very good. I just wanted to make sure we clarified. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do we have any in-person participants? Okay. Do we have any phone participants? I'm being shown 3.
Yes, I do.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Yes, hello. My name is Charles Canizero, and I live up in Villa Verde in San Dimas. And I'm calling because first I want to thank the City Council for their service to our community, but also I want to express my deep concern about some of the recent events in San Dimas with regard to a City Council member appointing family members to boards and commissions within the City of San Dimas. I think it's really important that we don't have bureaucratic nepotism here in the city. I think it kind of undermines the whole idea of a representative government and the will of the people if one family can have inordinate influence over city policy through bureaucracies and through commissions and committees throughout the city. I just think that presents really a problem for people in the city of San Dimas and what they want, and want to make sure that what they want gets executed, because then one family has an inordinate influence. And that's contrary to what we are as a representative democracy in the city of San Dimas. So what I am asking is that the City Council please vote yes on the reform that's at issue tonight, to expand the prohibition of nepotism to apply to the City Council or a city manager if they try to appoint a family member to a paid or unpaid position of influence on a board, committee, or commission within the city of San Dimas. I really cherish living in the city of San Dimas, and I really value the people of the city of San Dimas. And I think that, the whole point of representative democracy is that the people, in their infinite wisdom, collectively know best and should be governing themselves. And we shouldn't allow, one family to potentially be able to subvert the will of that people by advancing their own personal agenda or any particular ideological agenda, especially when it may not carry popular opinion within the city of San Dimas. The city of San Dimas has always been a place that really works for the city residents, and I want it to continue that way. So I please vote yes on the reform proposal on nepotism tonight. Thank you very much. And again, I just want to thank the City Council for their service and all their hard work on behalf of the residents of the city of San Dimas, and we're indebted to you for all that you do for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't see the time before.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Betty Jean Lamb. I support applying the principle of the appearance of impropriety to all areas of our city government, not just one. While it is crystal clear that Councilman Weber has legally received significant large donations from a local contracting company and several real estate companies, and has already legally cast votes that favor one of those large donors, the issue is not that. The issue is, do those votes appear to be improper? Do they appear to be a potential conflict of interest? That is, does his vote and activity on behalf of that benefactor pass the smell test? If having Isabel Ebner on the Parks and Recreation Commission or Ryan Viana's dad on the Equestrian Commission is or could be legal but doesn't pass the smell test, and city staff has proposed a rule to ban any and all relatives of councilmen or the city manager from serving on any city boards, commissions, or committees to avoid even the appearance of nepotism and thus the appearance of a conflict of interest, does voting to approve something that will financially benefit a large donor also qualify as the appearance of a conflict of interest, even if unpaid? If the large donor, JB Contractors, will benefit financially in full or in part in any way, shape, or form from the Municipal Tax Code Amendment quintupling the current grading limit in SP 11 PLA 1, does Mr. Weber's voting in favor of that pass the smell test? The benefactor, John Begine, said in 2 different council meetings that he bought the property at 1533 Christina. Will increasing the grading limit allow him to finish that house and pool? Will it allow him or one of his companies to turn a handsome profit? Will finishing that house increase the property values of neighboring houses, including his own residence next door? Will finishing that property allow his company a beneficial tax write-off? Will finishing that house allow one of his companies to collect rent on it? Will Councilman Weber's yes vote on the municipal code text amendment when it comes back to council for a final vote appear to be improper? Is that then the same principle as the appearance of nepotism and thus should also be banned? Will it look like Councilman Weber's vote has been bought and paid for? My answer is a resounding yes, and I hope Mr. Weber will seriously reconsider recusing himself from the vote when the time comes, and that city staff also consider banning this activity as well as the appearance of nepotism, and in fact consider a ban on all appearances of impropriety. If you ban one form of the appearance of impropriety, then ban them all. Good night, gentlemen. Also consider.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Yes. Whoa, sorry. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Jan Bartolo, and I'm currently the chairperson of the Park and Recreation Commission. I would like to encourage the City Council to recognize our established roles, both as past and present practices of the Commission. I'm sorry about that background music. I'm not sure where it's coming from. The Park and Recreation Commission presently participates in an advisory role to the Park and Recreation Director and the City Council as it pertains to the department's acquisitions, proposed capital improvement projects, and the department's annual budget projections. We've also helped to establish recommendations for suggested code modifications and an effort to standardize street tree preservation. This included language for removal, development impacts, acts of vandalism, and other related matters that affect the care and maintenance of the city's urban forests. We also participated in different recreational events and provided programming input as requested or invited. The Commission has developed an excellent working relationship with the department and its staff to help assure the best services for the community. I would like to request that tonight's council discussion and ultimate decisions do not result in our current scope of responsibility being reduced or diminished, but allowed to continue being active, contributing, and involved members of both the community and the respective commission. I would also like to encourage the City Council not to eliminate the council-appointed liaison not to eliminate the council-appointed liaison, as it is a great asset to have the direct contact and the communication between the department, the commission, and the council. I would also like to suggest that the possible instructional training being suggested apply potentially to new incoming commissioners, and that it possibly be conducted as an initial in-service training. By requiring training for a variety of topics such as the Brown Act, Robert's Rules of Order, ethics, etc., although beneficial, it can take a significant amount of time out of a volunteer schedule, which can be a potential deterrent for someone who would like to become active and involved in their community. Furthermore, I would like to suggest a survey be conducted by the city to determine what our neighboring cities do regarding whether or not a modest stipend is provided to the commissioners for their meeting attendance. This appears to be a common practice in numerous cities and is considered to be a token of appreciation provided on behalf of the city for the individual participants. It would be appreciated if there were to be a time slot allowed later in the meeting so members of the public may be able to comment as the meeting progresses to further engage and encourage public participation. Thank you for your time and attention to these matters.
Thank you. Is that music coming from us?
It is not. Thank you for calling.
Hello?
Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Raymond McDonald, Railway Street. I'm calling to offer my opinion on the topic of nepotism. Drawing from my experience at West Point and in the military, I want to share that I feel I've experienced the best and worst of nepotism. I think about a little known fact that MacArthur was actually son and grandson of a general, and he was one of the greatest generals in this country. I served for the 5th Corps commander, General Abrams, who's the son of the famous General Abrams. And those are some examples of outstanding people who would have been disqualified under such a policy as we're discussing now. But I've also seen the worst, and I'll let them stay nameless. When I think of our city of San Dimas, just under 40,000 distributed on a normal curve, I think that there's probably just a small percentage of people with the skill and the spirit to serve. And it is often the case that doctors have children who go on to become doctors, dentists, and many people who have role models in their family for public service have other family members follow in public service. What I've personally experienced within our city, for example, has been the leadership and community organization of Phil and Isabel Ebner. And I met them when they were pushing around their children in strollers, letting us know about No Big Hotel and other issues. And I know Isabel, for instance, had a podcast in which I learned a lot about my family's newfound home. And so I've just seen the kind of shoe leather on the ground and engagement that can't be taught, the heart for service. I would also add that I know them to be independently minded and not just, falling into line with their family as a block. I appreciate the concern, and what I would hope is that, we have processes where they would report to someone else, where we can have transparency, because there's a lot of ways that people can align into blocks, and it's not necessarily just by blood. I hope we don't lose some of our most talented people to a policy that would bar them from opportunities to serve, given that they've been serving in a voluntary way in our community to great effect. I thank you all for your service, and that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, there's no more callers at this time, but if we could give it approximately a minute for the time delay.
Okay.
I called in. I'm not being received, even though I called in.
Hello?
He's on Zoom, so.
Okay. We'll be going to Zoom in about 18 seconds.
Okay.
Mayor, there are no more callers at this time.
Super. Can you go ahead and move on to Zoom?
We are now taking oral communications for those of you who are joining us through Zoom. If you wish to take part in oral communications and are joining us by an internet device, please locate the Zoom raise hand feature and click on the hand icon. For those who are dialed into Zoom, please press *9 on your phone now to use the raise hand feature. You will be identified by your screen name for internet devices and the last 4 digits of the caller ID for dialed-in participants. Participants will be called upon one at a time in the order the hand was raised, and when called upon, please unmute your mic. Right now we have Amanda L. Amanda, it is your turn to speak. Please unmute your microphone, state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name's Amanda. First, I wanted to start off by thanking the community members that helped put together the vigil this past Easter Sunday, Rita and Nick McGee. They really did put in a lot of hard work and communication to pull that off and get it going to where it was. It was a really great event for the whole community to have a little bit of closure and just come together in that moment. It was nice to not have the political side of anything, and we just all came together, and it was just all about the vigil and, you know, just kind of grieving together in a way of what was kind of stolen from the community. Second off, I wanted to bring up, I know there's a lot of talk about nepotism. I have already spoken on that. I think council members kind of know where I sit on it. But I wanted to bring up the term limits, especially for the Planning Commission and the Public Safety Commission. It seems like we have commission members that sit on there for a very long time. I know it was brought up earlier that, oh, it's because they need to be, you know, credentialed and have the, you know, correct qualifications to be on it. But I want to make sure that the city staff is specifying in these changes, because this is one of the changes that was being mentioned about the term limit, whether or not, you know, how are people able to apply, and would they be considered fairly against someone that is already sitting and may be up for re-election or whatnot. Because it does seem we have a lot of people just sitting there. And again, I also want to agree that the Ebners, I met them through the No Big Hotel project. They went through and did all the footwork for that. They were the ones that got the community together and the community involved in that issue, which most of us would not have known about. And it was a really positive thing in getting the community together. And, you know, I know most of the community hopes that they will continue to have that positive engagement and continue to help the community have that positive engagement in our civic government duties. So, again, I want to thank the Ebners for that, because I think a lot of us just weren't paying attention before. So for that, I think they are owed that little bit of credit there. So thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Sean Cazares, you are the next speaker. Please unmute your microphone, state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, City Council, members of the audience. This is Sean Cazares speaking. I'm in full support of the council to direct staff in adding the provisions of training interactions with the media and nepotism in the commissioner's handbook. It is essential that those who are applying for whichever commission they are applying for and get appointed have the required training under California State Assembly Bill 1234 to become effective public servants for the respective boards they serve. When I was elected to Associated Students of Citrus College, we had training in how to become effective officers, as well as a plethora of requirements we had to meet. We were subjected to the Ralph M. Brown Act, our open meeting law, to make sure we understood the transparency we had to the student body. Likewise, with interactions with the media, we were representatives of associated students, and we were made cognizant of our private and public statements and how those may be perceived as representing our official student government policy. Not only was I subjected to these stipulations as an elected member of the Associated Students, but I was also held to that standard under Councilwoman Judy Nelson and Councilman Gary Boyer's Glendora City Council internship program. With nepotism, as I stated before in my January 12th, 2021 public comment, I do have a concern with nepotism. I think this shouldn't disqualify the person in question for applying for a position, but that whomever their relative relationship they have with the person on the board, said council member must abstain from recommending and voting for the person they have a relative relationship with. This creates a level playing field and is only fair. Finally, I want the City Council to adopt option 2 and bringing the number down to 9 instead of 7 appointees. This will have no effect on the commissions except one, in which 5 will be termed out from that commission. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Veronica Sosito, you are the next speaker. Please unmute your microphone, state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, council members and city residents listening to this meeting. I, like yourselves, am very concerned about the actions taken, as well as stating my opinion. I am concerned about nepotism existing within our city council and our local government officials. I find that there is an opportunity to find a common ground on this, and in order to avoid the influence of our city council members who are our local government officials, representatives, and stakeholders, it's critical that we avoid any political influence on their decision making, as well as the extension of decision making in our committees by allowing family members to serve simultaneously. I am in support of creating provisions, and for those who are concerned about the volunteerism in our community, there are other opportunities in which family members and extended family members can find to volunteer locally and have a positive influence within our community without influencing the decisions being made by our local council members. I am very concerned about the idea of nepotism occurring, and I'm in favor of creating the provisions. And I yield my time. Thank you for your service and for hearing me.
Thank you, ma'am.
If there's anyone else who would like to speak at this time, please use the raise hand feature, and we'll call on you in the order it was received. Pastor Chuck, you're the next speaker. Please unmute your microphone, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Pastor Chuck. I pastor in Covina, but I live in San Dimas, and I've lived here for 15 years, and I've enjoyed living here, and I have confidence in the way the city has been run in the past. The mayor and the city council have always taken the concerns of the residents in making decisions. I feel we have been represented equally, taking into account everyone's concerns. I feel very simply, if one family is in control of many facets of the city, it wouldn't be equitable and fair to represent the many concerns and diversities of the people that live in this community. I think this is an overstep of influence that would negate the objective of having a representative body of decision makers in our city. I wholeheartedly approve of limiting the influence of one family in the city of over 33,000 residents. Thank you for considering my opinion, and I'll continue to listen.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no more speakers at this time.
Okay, we'll give it about a minute or two. Let's make it a minute. All right, let's move on. Okay, this is a study session, a review of the administrative processes of the city's boards, commissions, and committees, and the city council, and at the direction of potential modifications. I'll turn it over to City Manager Chris Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss and receive direction from the council on changes to the boards, commissions, and committee handbook, as well as to 2 city council operational items. We note that this handbook has not been updated in many years, and that many practices are not necessarily codified in the handbook. There are also potential some errors in the handbook that don't comport with the reality of our circumstances. For example, the compensation for the Planning Commission is listed as one number when the council had taken action years ago to increase that number, and those are inaccuracies we intend to correct. The purpose and the documents, how they're laid out, is to allow us to efficiently move through the discussion items and obtain that direction from council, and to allow the city staff on items that are more complex than a very short, straightforward language to come back and provide the narrative updates to the board commission handbook for council's approval. And that document can be approved at a future meeting, or if there are items you want to approve at this meeting, we can also approve those items at this meeting. In the agenda report, you'll see a number of attachments. The most important one, or 2, are the first 2 attachments. The first attachment is an 11 by 17 matrix, which is a breakdown of all the different sections and subsections within the boards and commission handbook. There are 5 different breakouts for each subsection. The first one is the category, which would be just a highlighted just a short word phrase that delineates what we're talking about in that section. The description provides a summary of the requirements within that section. The third column is the apparent policy objective, or what I could perceive as the policy objective of the language. And this is the presumed policy the council was trying or intending to implement with that subsection. The next column is staff and council requested considerations. So we formed in the form of questions, either concerns of the council or staff that answers would help drive changes within the board and commission handbook. And the last one, to facilitate discussion, is some possible options. These are just examples. They're not necessarily recommendations of staff. This is an area that's fully within the purview of the city council to decide, but we wanted to make sure at least you had some starting point for discussion in those areas so that we're not starting from ground zero. Attachment B is the city council's current handbook with suggested changes that were provided to the council on January 12th. That's the same document that you will see before you. There are 4 sections in there that have red recommended language that are also based on the staff report, the 4 sections of the staff report, nepotism, memberships of the commissions, all of that is, that's still there from the prior council item. Attachment C is a set of rules of order called Rosenberg's. This is a set of rules recommended by the League of California Cities for city councils, as opposed to utilizing what the city council utilizes, Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order is almost 2 inches thick in terms of the orders and used by Congress. Rosenberg's is 10 pages. And so in terms of ease of use and understanding for the public, it is something you may want to consider applying Rosenberg's rules as opposed to Robert's rules. And the last attachment is just a select number of handbooks from other jurisdictions. These are items that the city clerk was able to garner that seemed like good examples to provide for the council. They're in no way indicative of the best practice or the limit of the practices that are out there, just other examples if the council wanted to look to sections of those handbooks to see if we're talking about X we want to put in our policy and we're having trouble defining it, maybe we can look at what another city is doing and take from that into our policy. And so in terms of how we can flow through this, I would like us to focus on the first attachment, which is the 11 by 17. When you look at the document, it is broken down by section, and you will find that some of the line items are highlighted in light yellow. And those highlighted items include the policy objective, the requested considerations, and possible options. Those are items that either the council had raised concerns or questions about, or that staff felt additional direction and corrections would be necessary. The other items that don't have those last three columns doesn't mean that they're not areas that the council can discuss, but rather not areas that were raised by the council or that staff had seen some need to highlight a question or an area for its focus. And so we can proceed a number of different ways. We could proceed from start to finish from this document, or the council can highlight the very important key discussions that we want to make decisions today so as to not delay any further matter on those items, and then the rest being items we can go through and put back to staff to bring language forward at a future meeting for adoption or revision at that point, so that the council could potentially move out of this meeting having taken action on some areas to codify, but not necessarily all of them. Or we can defer all the final language to a future meeting. That would be within the council's discretion. So I leave it to the city council to define how they want to proceed through this and how you want the engagement of staff in that discussion.
Mr. Mayor, may I suggest that it might be, first of all, I think we put an ending time to this meeting of 9 o'clock, but I don't know if that's set in stone. If we could go longer if we need to be in a study session. But
That's right. You're retired. It doesn't really matter anymore.
I don't have to get up at 4 anymore. In fact, that 7 o'clock looks so sweet now. But no, I think it might be just for organizational purposes, just starting from the top and going. I know there's going to be a little bit more discussion on some items than others, but I think a lot of them we can certainly get through. It's just, I think anybody following along at home would also be able to follow along. If for some reason we're here, past 9 o'clock and we want to,
We're going to strive to make the 9 o'clock session. If things start to, as we go on, because 3 hours is quite a while time, if the council will leave me the ability to take a 10-minute break somewhere down the line.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I think most of us don't have a problem with that. All right, so we're going to move forward, starting with category number 1, agendas.
So just a question for the council. As we take them, I could go through what's listed on the spreadsheet so that the public can hear what we're discussing and then help formulate the discussion, or we can just start discussing the
I think you should probably make sure that the community knows, because I'm sure a lot of the people don't have or haven't been able to go through this because there was quite a bit of reading to it.
Perfect.
I think, and you could summarize it enough to get through.
Okay, the first 2 items we'll be discussing specifically pertain to council operations that are not currently in the boards, commissions, and committee handbook. In some cities, you will see a separate handbook for the council from commissions, and in other cities, you will see one handbook that has both. We don't have a city council handbook, so some of these are uncodified practices of the council, and we're seeking direction to codify them. The first item is related to the agenda. The council has a practice to agendize items for its consideration by requesting that 2 members make the request for that item. And the objective there is to facilitate discussion and action on matters that are within the city's purview. The question that comes up in terms of this practice is, does the city want to establish written policy codifying that process so that we can ensure consistency? And that's the question before the council to decide.
When you say codified, do you mean an actual municipal code, or would it be in a handbook that's an adopted policy?
It could be whatever the council desires, but if you're asking the recommendation of staff, it would be a policy that the council will adopt similar to the boards and commissions handbook to codify there, not at the highest level legal document.
Yeah.
Well, I think the way it goes now is working just fine. 2 people make the recommendation, you put it on the agenda. I don't see any reason to change that.
And that's a fair practice. The question is, do you want it to actually be written down somewhere? So if there ever is a question, council members change, that our practice is that if 2 members request it, it can be put on the agenda.
I would certainly think we need to write it down.
And I agree with the mayor. I actually, looking at these 2 topics, I think the establishment of a city council member handbook is prudent. I think these two topics are great, but I also think the requirement for AB 1234 training, sexual harassment training, and all the other things that come on with a new council member, that some of it they get when they go to League of California Cities Academy or maybe Cal JPIA, but and some of it is when we do the training with city manager or a city attorney on the Brown Act and what have you. But there's a lot to know. I mean, I don't know. What do you think, Eric? How's it been?
I would write it down, but I think we should keep it the same way we have it now, the two people recommend.
Right, I agree. I think we just need to document in a policy, and I think the handbook is probably the best way to do it. As we know, JPIA normally has in past put on a city council academy. With COVID and things, that has changed. I don't believe that Dennis and John, either one, had the opportunity because they didn't have it back then. But I can tell you, when I came on the council, 14 years ago, it was a saving academy for me. It gave me the idea of what we were doing and how we were doing it. And quite honestly, I think we shared that information with the other council people that were on it as much as we possibly could. We all know that you don't pass the salt without passing the pepper. So yeah, there's important things out there, but it really truly helped knowing how the meetings were run and what formats and stuff. So I'm hoping that JPIA brings it back. I think it would be very helpful to any new council members or anyone who needed to go back and have a refresher course.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm hearing consensus that we should maintain the practice as is with two council members being able to make the request and that we codify it in a handbook.
That would be my vote.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. If there's no opposition, we could proceed to the second one.
Yeah. Some of the examples had some good council handbooks, and that's a great idea.
I think initially the city clerk and I will work, since there's only two items we're talking about, we may create one and then move it off to its own as we add to it. The second item of council operations is in relation to interactions with staff. City council cannot direct the work of any city employee outside of the city manager and the city attorney, and such action must be by majority action. The policy objective here is to ensure continuity of leadership and city staff accountability. The question before the council to consider is, does the city council want to explicitly establish the extent to which one member of the body can request action, information, or research of city staff? Now, there are a variety of practices out there, but one in particular that we raise is that the city council could codify in terms of those requests what parameters, either in terms of time or amount of effort, would be a trigger point at which that time that request could come before the council, or the city council can consider some other practice that they find efficient in their operations.
Well, does that mean if I want a copy of specific plan, hypothetically number 9,
he's on.
If I want a copy of, let's say, a specific plan, instead of calling up Henry, I have to go through you and ask you, can I call Henry and ask Henry for this plan?
So the practice that I've been putting into place is you can contact any staff member you desire. In terms of the request, if it's a de minimis request, I'm asking for a document, I'm looking for a little bit of research that should generally not take you more than about an hour worth of work, that it's okay that we actually provide that information.
Okay.
One addition that I want to add to that is to ensure that all the council members have the same information, that if one council member is asking for the document, let's say for SB 9, that once we provide that out to all 5 council members so that everybody gets the same information, unless it's a really large amount of information, in which case we could just ask if a council member also desires to have that information.
So Chris, on that point, I have a question as it relates to serial meetings that, if you're going to send that, I'm going to want to know what prompted that question. So how do we deal with that?
Yeah, that is an issue with having the policy that if any document is requested by a council member, it has to be provided to the whole council. That can inform other council members what that council member was thinking about or strategizing about. And it's just something that if we do adopt the policy, that the staff will have to consider on a case-by-case basis whether submitting the document to the entire council will be a Brown Act issue or not.
And if there's a question to that, I would consult the city attorney. But for the majority of the requests that I've received to date, they would be documents that would be subject to a Public Records Act request, so a public member could receive the document. In terms of what prompted that request, I've had that question before from council members about requests from other council members, and I tend to maintain that information in confidence because I want to avoid the serial meeting of having more than 3 members have that information and the respect that each council member should have for what their thought process was in regards to that request.
Well, I'll just say I've learned in my short time here that members of council, can at times make some fascinating requests of staff and the time that it takes to address those requests from various members of the council, including myself. So I think we need to be respectful of staff and their time. I'm supportive of the council's ability to be able to make requests, reasonable requests to staff for information. But if it's going to be laborious, it's going to take an inordinate amount of time, I'm not supportive of that. I think there's a time when it crosses a line and it does get somewhat into direction. I'm thinking Mr. Gil Gonzalez right now in my head, talking about the time and council directing staff to do things. I don't think we should be in that business per se. So I like, an hour sounds good to me. I mean, I don't know where that number came from, but I mean, if an hour is a reasonable number, there isn't many questions I think that we could ask that should take more than an hour. But I could understand if it was reach out to 5 different cities or 20 different cities, pull them for whatever. That's a 5-minute phone call, but that's, a full day's worth of work. I think that example would be something that needs to come back to council for further discussion. I think there has to be parameters. General requests that the public also could come up here and ask for that were reasonable, I think it should be the barometer, in my opinion.
Yep, I agree with that. And the hour is a good number, I think, approximately an hour. And I appreciate being able to call. I always copy Chris on any kind of request I make, but or send it to him and he can send it off to somebody else. But I think that policy is good. I like everybody getting the information, but as Ryan points out and as Jeff was mentioning, it might lead to a little bit of, it might tell you what that council member is thinking about a current issue even, and then people are starting to know that, and 3 people will know what one person's thinking before we get to the public meeting.
That's a good point. We should do it. I'm just kidding.
No. So when that information goes out to the council, it would be, let's say, the question of, can I see that document about SB 9? What you would see is the information go out to council and indicate there was a request from council for a copy of the document related to SB 9. Here's the document. It wouldn't reflect council member X requested the document, or because of the following the council member X made the request. It would just be somebody asked for it. It was not just like a simple little request that is very, very minor. It's something that, okay, this is a document that maybe all the council would desire. In terms of the time, when I say an hour-ish, there are times that a request comes from council or a member of the public about an area or a document that has broader policy implications internally. And that when we look internally in terms of the organization and the document retention and how we have everything laid out, that it may not be up to par, and in which case we would want to spend more time than that hour organizing those documents because of some other internal purpose. I would make the call there, even though we're greater than an hour, to pull those documents and provide them to council, even though it's more than an hour, because there's a secondary significant benefit to staff and some policy issue that we're dealing with internally. That's just a call I would make, so that even though you may ask for something that takes over an hour, it may be something that we want to do without coming back to council and asking for that permission to do that type of work.
I would say, kind of the point John was raising, that I would think I'm okay with staff exercising discretion in this particular issue, because if you send us all the same thing, it's going to prompt questions from all of us. I mean, whether we're looking at the same thing or not for the same reason, you might send me something out of the blue, and then I'm just going to start asking you 50 more questions about it. That's going to start to eat up more staff time. I'm not certain that that's necessary in every instance. A council member may have something specific they're interested in, and that may satisfy their request. I don't really see the need to. I don't know what you guys think, but I mean,
all I would hope is that the five of us use some common sense, because I can see, well, you give me some information on A, and now that takes an hour. Tomorrow, could you give me information on B? That'll take an hour. We need to be realistic in what we're asking. I might have 5 things in my head, and I know each one of them are going to take an hour. So I don't want to get into kind of a string type thing. One day, I need Henry to do this. I need Sherry to do this. Time is valuable here. We have lots and lots of work doing this, the public's business. So I could definitely agree that we should have a time, and I would say an hour, or at your discretion if you believe you need to. It takes more, like you said, but I think an hour is more than reasonable for us to be asking, and I agree that there could be a problem, because, sometimes I wonder what Ryan's thinking. And I really don't know. Sometimes I don't want to know what Ryan's thinking.
Well, to the mayor's point, though, which is interesting now you bring this up, I mean, it lends itself to groupthink. If John all of a sudden sends something about somewhere, then I'm just going to be thinking about what's going on over there, and so you could almost steer the conversation of council simply by getting a something from staff that was never on your radar before, like a Via Verde walking map.
Well, an hour is more than enough time.
I believe that, and I would ask my colleagues here to be reasonable in their request as far as taking up staff's time, because we all want to. There's a lot of things going on, and I think the public deserves the right to get the full impact of the staff's ability to get the work out.
And the one point that Ryan is bringing up, though, about so I agree with the hour and all that kind of thing. That's perfect. But that one point is the one I think we're kind of stuck on. I think we need to think about a little bit more about sending the information out, especially if I would, have a request. How would we go about getting an ice cream parlor downtown? It's like then. I want an ice cream parlor downtown. And now everybody knows it, and it hasn't been before the public or anything like that.
Here's something that I know we were doing during the election cycle, and that was if any candidate had a request for information that was asked from the city, that information was put in a binder at the city clerk's desk, and that it was privy to that information as well. Potentially, just having a communal binder in the council office that requests for information go into, and if you particularly feel like going through the binder, then you can. If you don't feel like it, then you don't have to.
So if I may, the consensus I'm sensing is, yes, we should put a reasonable parameter like an hour for a request. What I'm not, the consensus that I'm not seeing is in terms of the distribution to the remaining council or that manner, and should it be codified in the handbook, such as the first item we talked about?
I'm going to be explicitly clear in my position after hearing the discussion. I do not support sending the information out to all members of council from staff generally. If there may be some exceptions where staff feels it's prudent, I'm okay with that. But in light of the discussion that the council's had as it pertains to groupthink serial meetings, I'm concerned about that. And so for that reason, I think it's, at least for me, it's better not to be privy to those things. If another council member is interested, the Brown Act doesn't prevent any of us. John wants to call me, John wants to call Dennis and have that discussion, and maybe they do, then Dennis can come and ask for the information, and that can happen, or vice versa. But there's no reason necessarily, unless we've had a discussion, for that information to be disclosed, because it will eventually be presented at council in public forum in a noticed meeting following our new agenda procedure, and should materialize accordingly, right? I think. That's my take.
Is that the consensus of the council that a request of a council member, the response should go to that council member or not the council as a whole, except if there's very special circumstance?
I'd say very special. I could live with that.
Yeah,
John, I do want an ice cream parlor downtown.
Wait a minute, that's not on the agenda, but yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, you got enough information for this?
And then codifying it is okay in the handbook?
Yes.
Okay. The next sections relate to all the boards and commissions.
Okay, I'm going to excuse myself for a moment. Just continue. I'm aware of this.
Okay, actually, Mayor, could we take a break? As I too could probably, or 5-minute recess? You good with that? I would move for a 5-minute recess.
Any objections to a 5-minute recess?
That's good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, but the one I think they're really referring to was planning. The planning commission, because they have these 2-year terms, but they can be, there is no definite time when they have to get off. She was wrong about public safety, because it's 3 2-year terms. Okay, so you start at some point.
Public safety is like the rest of the commissions, except the rest of the commission. Okay.
Everybody's back? Let's continue. Chris?
So in the next section, I'm going to take it holistically in the council, and I'll go through the different sections, and the council could then pick and choose what areas we want to discuss. So section 3 refers to the different commissions and committees of the council. I tried to simplify, so you'll see references to commissions, even though it may be a committee, just to be able to use the similar language. So there is a little bit of an inconsistency, but in this section, we talk about the Development Plan Review Board, the Equestrian Commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission, the Planning Commission, Public Safety Commission, Senior Advisory Commission, and the Golf Course Advisory Commission. And in these sections in the handbook, the scope of the commission is delineated, the meeting schedules are delineated, as well as the number of members and any terms related to those commissions. Most of the commissions include 2-year terms with a maximum of 6 years, with the exception of the Planning Commission, which has 2-year terms and no maximum, and DPRB, which has no limit in terms of the length of time. The apparent policy objectives for all of these generally relate to advising or providing advice on a variety of matters within the scope of those commissions to the City Council or to staff. There's a couple of questions or considerations for the council. Does the council, just generally for all the commissions, does the council want to define areas of responsibility more explicitly for the commission, or define if areas not discussed in the handbook are within the prospective commission? And so the situation we have, for example, in the scope of the Parks Commission, it does not refer to anything related to capital projects. So does the absence of that language mean that that is not within the purview of their discussion, or should the scope be defined more broadly to refer to anything in parks? And if it's the latter, then no change would be necessary. But if there's limits to what the discussion should occur, then the council should consider looking at the scopes more explicitly and tweaking the language to define what the scope should be. So that's the first question. The second question is to a specific commission. And so there's going to be only 2 areas that I'm going to raise. So if you want to go one by one of those 2 areas, we can, or we can just do both of them together.
Let's just go one by one.
Okay. So the question is to the scope of the commissions, and how are we to interpret that scope related to the discussions that should be occurring at the commission level?
Well, I think that you're talking about the Parks Commission specifically, right?
In this case, yes, but I'm applying that question to all the commissions.
The discussion that goes on within the commission meeting should be anything that's related to parks, even if it's a capital project. They obviously don't have the ability to approve it, but if they want to bring it up and get information, I think they should be allowed to. And if they have a suggestion, to suggest it to staff, and the staff would take it from there.
I agree with Dennis on that, and I think not just for parks, I think that applies to all of our commissions. I will point out that...
I agree with all commissions, yes.
Thank you, sir. And I will point out that I don't think there's an issue with the description of responsibilities charged to the bodies, which is in attachment B of the handbook, page 8, that's outlined each one of those bullet points. I don't think there's an issue there, but I do think that there is a practical issue in terms of how the operation of some of these commissions and committees and boards have been working. So I think it's really a discussion at some point in terms of the practical implication or implementation, of this. Do we want these bodies to be advisory in nature? And if we do, the language is there and reflective as such. That just means that we need to, I think, and that's part of the discussion, I think why we're doing this, is equip them, train them, and get them up to par so that they're effective and meaningful.
So the intent would be if the council, for example, decides that using Rosenberg's rules makes sense for the council, that would be something we'll promulgate out to the commissions.
Sure. I'm good with that.
Yeah, definitely.
And so what I'm hearing is interpret the scope of the commissions broadly so that if something is reasonably within the purview of the area, so for parks, it's everything related to parks. For public safety is everything related to public safety. If that nexus is there, then that is an area that should be able to be discussed.
I also think there's a uniqueness that we just need to acknowledge that Parks and Recreation and equestrian sometimes overlap, and that discussion comes up in multi-use trails, for example. So I don't think it's inappropriate for Parks and Rec to discuss the trails, and I don't think it's inappropriate for equestrian, if they have an interest in it, to discuss that when appropriate for their needs.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, one of the key points in all of the descriptions is talks about, and it's already there, and you may want to look at some of the others or change it a little bit, put a little different, make them all consistent, but it says, makes recommendations to the city council. And that's what it should be, just make recommendations with a clear understanding. They're not making policy. If there is something, and this is not counting the Planning Commission or the DPRB, which can make final decisions in certain things. But the other ones are advisory only, and what they say isn't, at least we don't have it laid out where what they say is final in any kind of aspect. Some other cities do. I mean, like they'll have something has to go to a commission and be approved there, and it can be appealed to the city council. But I think I'm hearing from fellow council members that we don't want to do that. We want to have everything that they do, like that's a real recommendation, something the city's actually going to take on, or policy change or anything like that, come to the city council to be approved.
You have a meeting once a week, don't you, of all your directors, or every other week?
Every other week.
And I know that in the senior commission, that when they ask for something that's rather large, the director of Parks and Recreation say, well, I will take it to the city manager and to his meeting, whatever you call it, and we'll discuss it there. And they'll get whatever you do with it, then you and staff makes a decision how you want to handle it.
So if I may, so the consensus is what we needed is we can broadly discuss within that area. So here's how I will operationalize that. So public safety.
One thing that I do want to point out, though, is I realize that our commissions are advisory, but over the last couple of years, I've heard where one of the commissions or the other commissions have requested this information, and this information would require an extreme amount of time, either on the parks, director or that. So I want to caution that once it gets to your level, okay, if it's going to require a tremendous amount of time, then I think it needs to come back from this council for direction on which way they want to go. Because some of these things could take, hours and, long staff reports. So I
totally agree. And I think that could be at the director's or the city manager's discretion to bring it to the city council. And because I don't think we can put I don't think we can be very detailed as to what's the dollar limit or amount or anything like that. But at the director, if Chris so chooses to delegate it to the director to make that kind of a call, or come up to Chris to make a decision this is really getting kind of big, guys, to the commission. Let's bring it to the council and see if they want to pursue.
I know in the senior commission, when we recommend something that's going to cost money, you say that if staff agrees with it, they say we'll put it in the budget. And that's when we are able to decide whether we want it or not. When it's in the budget, when we go through the budget, we can decide if we want it or not. That's the council's decision.
Right.
Yeah, we're putting a limit on a generalized limit on what council members can ask for. I want to make sure that goes in the same direction. Right. Is that we're not asking the staff to do a tremendous amount of work because that body requested. I realize that, most of these bodies are only asking really good questions, and they're trying to direct us in the right direction, but I need it to be where it also becomes reasonable. And I think your directors and your city and your staff should be able to do that.
I will say, though, to what the mayor is saying, that, and to what Councilmember Mayor Bertone said, I would be interested, though, to ensure that council is aware when items are generated out of a commission. The recommendation sometimes might come back to staff, but as Dennis just pointed out, there might be something where staff may put something in the budget, but council may be utterly unaware that it was generated out of a commission or a committee or a board. I think there's some merit to knowing when that has been generated. Case in point, the Equestrian Commission does a trail cleanup, and there's some effort that goes into the trail cleanup, and sometimes they need some assistance to help organize that. I think those are things that if a commission's taking an action or they're requesting financial support, anything that is other than advisory in nature, I think council should be aware of it, explicitly aware of it.
If I may kind of conceptualize the whole, how I see it. These commissions, except for DPRB and planning, are completely advisory and not codified in the municipal code endowed with any other power. There are staff liaisons and council liaisons to each of those commissions. And so I see that advisory, this is community members advising not just the council, but they're also advising that department head in an area within the purview of that department head. And so in terms of requests that come in, my expectation, one, is that the department head would be measuring that request against their responsibility for leading that department in compliance with the city manager's and city council's direction. So if the request is very onerous and doesn't fall within kind of the gamut of what they're already doing, then clearly bring it up the chain to the city manager, and the city manager will decide, should we take this to council and weigh that decision. In terms of decision making, even though a commission's advisory, I think there is a benefit when we write a staff report to council on a matter that the commission has advised, that the recommendation is the city manager's recommendation. It's not the commission's. But we should be disclosing in the staff reports what the commission discussed. So the Equestrian Commission requested that we add a trail between point A and point B, and the staff report that's coming to council relates to all the trail system and budgeting for improving trails. In there, we would put the context of what was recommended by that commission. But again, the recommendation solely becomes the city managers. In the other cities that you mentioned that have recommending powers or they put this in the budget, most of them that I have seen have codified responsibilities in the municipal code. An airport commission has to make a decision on leasing airport property. A parks commission has to act on any lease greater than 15 years is one that is in another city, but it's codified in the municipal code. In the end, the only person recommending to you outside of what's codified in code is me. And so I will take the input from the commissions, from the department heads, put it in the staff report so the council has the benefit of that information, and then you can decide, hey, we really like what the commission had to say, and we didn't quite implement that in what you're recommending to the council. In terms of the budget piece, a commission can make a request in the budget, and the department head would have to decide and weigh that against the priorities that they have for the department. But when that budget comes to the council, the budget to the council is the city manager's recommendation to you. And so I may accept or not accept. And so there are items that a commission may have initiated, a department head, or the city manager. But I think the difficulty would be trying to delineate all the things in the budget, $24 million general fund budget. Tell us which one was, what's new, Chris, and what did the commission ask for, or what did your staff ask for? I think we'll just recommend it holistically. And then as you ask questions, hey, why are we funding X? This trail, we can bring up, well, it was requested by the commission, it falls in line with the priorities of the department, and it was a cost that we could bear and are recommending for the council, then you can deliberate at the budget session.
I hear what you're saying. I don't agree with it, but I hear what you're saying. And I understand that the manager brings forward the whole picture. But in hearing you talk, I just envision now, after hearing the discussion, I'd almost like to see any item that comes before council that the commission, regardless of which one it is, weighed in on. I'd almost like to see a heading that says whatever commission's recommendation is, and then a brief synopsis of their discussion. And that's because oftentimes when it comes to council, whether it's parks, public safety, or seniors, or equestrian, sometimes the commissioners have a unique perspective on things that sometimes we as either council or even as staff may not see. Like equestrian is very nuanced, for example, with some very unique things in it. So I think it's, personally, I would like to see in those staff reports a box or a heading that just says commission recommendations or committee's recommendations or board's recommendations. And then as to the budget, staff, a director, in what you're saying, is going to have received a recommendation from a board, committee, or commission and elect to incorporate it into their proposal that subsequently you may or may not choose to include. So if you're going to propose it, I don't really see an issue, and when we're going through Fund X, Y, and Z, that there's just a notation that says Parks and Rec was in favor of this, or Parks and Rec, or this originated from Senior Citizen Commission and is in favor of this. To me, that's valuable because it lets our commissions, boards, and committees know that they've weighed in a way that was effective, and that the council ultimately took the recommendation, adopted it, and did something meaningful. Those are my thoughts.
I'd like to agree with all of those thoughts, and then and maybe you'll agree, just going a little farther on that, is that sometimes any commission of the four you mentioned will have an idea, and they'll discuss it, and they may be all on board with it, and they want the council to see it. So this all goes to recommending and advising the city council. It may be an idea that's too expensive. We may realize that. It's too expensive. It's just not what we want to do. It's for whatever reason. Maybe it won't go anywhere. But Chris, if you see that and you say, this isn't going anywhere, we don't have the money, so I'm not going to even report to the council about it, there should be a mechanism, and it could be the liaison possibly, occasionally, or maybe the director or the staff liaison, bringing it to the council saying, the Parks and Rec Commission had these 3 projects, and they're just, and I don't know what the mechanism there is, but at some point, let the council know, because otherwise they never see the light of the day, and the council, the commission in question, public safety, because there's been lots of great recommendations for the Public Safety Commission, and it's like you want to be able to see them, and some of you are going to weigh in and say the council's going to say no, we don't really want to. But I think what you're getting, unless you're going to be very liberal with letting things come through so we see it and you have those asterisks, and it could be we're not recommending this, but here's what they're advising or something like that.
Well, I like John's idea about that, and what I would almost propose at an operational level is perhaps there's a twice a year, 12 meetings approximately, so twice a year maybe we have a boards, committees, and commission meeting where we review those items that are presented that maybe didn't make it somewhere, but they're brought to light, and we can just have a study session that would allow those opportunities, if they exist. Otherwise, we just cancel the meeting, but maybe there's a once or twice a year meeting that could come up where those things could be brought forward, because I think there's meaning in that.
Especially at the start of a calendar year, which is generally when we start working on the budget for that next fiscal year.
I think part of the concern that I had when we were talking about these issues, and would kind of be solved in that model that you're talking about right now, is that the commissions kind of operate autonomously and behind the curtain per se, and we don't really know, as far as I can tell. I haven't been sitting up here while the commissions have been meeting, really, but we don't really know what it is that they're doing. And when I was on the Public Safety Commission, and part of the reason that I wanted to talk about this is I want to empower them to make decisions and make recommendations to the City Council. And then even if an idea were to be something that we weren't willing to entertain, either staff or council, maybe just a recap, a year in review as to what each of the commissions has been doing is satisfactory to me. I think that's kind of what you're talking about, but it just lets us know that they have been doing something, that they are active, that they are doing what it is that we want them to do, which is to come up with ideas and bring ideas forward. I think that's the important part to me.
And I'd go a step further on that I almost think the chair, this should be a responsibility of the chair who's appointed or elected by that body, and maybe twice a year, if that's what it is, their responsibility is, and it rotates, I think, so they elect one every year. So you might have somebody at the front end of the year and someone different at the back end of the year, but they can present these different ideas and subjects to the council. I think it's
I like that.
I think it's good. Yeah.
I like the concept, but I think we have an operational problem.
Flush it out.
So I think the best venue, so discussion occurs, and I'll use Parks and Recreation, for example. We want to update our urban forest master plan, right? A pretty substantial document. Discussions are occurring with the department head and then the city manager, who's an ex officio member, so technically I could attend any of the commissions. And discussions about what the priorities are in parks right now, what are we doing, what's the cost involved, and that balance is occurring. The people in the room are the staff liaisons, the commission, and the council liaison. And so what comes out of that meeting is advice. But as soon as you translate that advice into, please start reporting to the council, here's the city manager's recommendation, and then here's the commission's recommendation, and then start asking, well, why didn't you just take what they said, Chris? You're now undermining the city manager's authority to recommend to the governing body. And so our commitment is to obviously take the input of the commission and decide on it. I mean, the urban forest master plan may be a fantastic priority, and that's something we want to bring to the council, and we need to budget for it, and so we'll budget for it. I think the item in the discussions that happen in a commission are very broad. So it's not necessarily a singular item. It may be 5 or 6 different items that you can discuss at a commission. And the question now becomes, is the responsibility of staff to discuss and bring forward all 5 or 6 to the council so they have a flavor of it? Or is it better appropriate to have the staff liaisons report to the council, here's the tenor of the conversations we had in our commission, here are the items that kind of came out of there. There's one in particular that I think is very important for the council to be aware of, the urban forest master plan. And I'd like to have a second member of the council support me in agendizing discussion of that item on behalf of the commission. And then we discuss it with that venue. So then you have the vetting of the council member who's the staff liaison, not the city manager having to report on the 5 or 6 items that were discussed and the recommendations. And so that's the challenge I'm having is there's no codified powers for these commissions, but you're effectively trying to grant that codified power. And if you do want to do that, my recommendation is you modify the municipal code to empower those commissions in that manner so that we know if the commission asks for an urban forest master plan, well, they're empowered in the Muni Code to make that recommendation. So our obligation is I'm not making a recommendation to council. I'm taking theirs and bringing it to the council for discussion and decision.
Well, then I hear exactly what you're saying, and I guess where I'm hung up with it is a couple places. Well, number one, having been a public safety commissioner appointed by some of the members of this council, sometimes you feel inept. You just feel like you're showing up to a meeting and you feel like you're just not being listened to, and you feel like staff is there. You get some information and it might be helpful, and then you walk out and you wonder, what did I just do for 3 hours of my life? And was it meaningful? Some of the commissions do things, other commissions not so much, and I think that we've started to come around, and I think commissions and commissioners, from what I hear, are feeling energized and excited. They want to contribute, and they're volunteering their time. So I know personally, as CERT is an example, how frustrating it can be to have an idea that just might not see the light of day for a while, and I don't want anyone to have to run for city council because they have an idea. And
it's the only way to get your idea out.
Right, to get their idea out of there. I think we're doing a disservice to good people in the community who have invested time, energy, and effort. And intrinsically, I'm passionate about the fact that I think everybody should be heard. And so if it's not a semi-annual meeting, where we hear these ideas that never saw the light of day, then maybe it's a report. Maybe it's a report that says, here's all of the ideas that will never see the light of day. If any council member's interested in calling it up, then bring it up. I understand the concern of feeling that it may undermine the manager or the authority, but the reality is this is all a matter of public record anyways. During the discussions, they're publicly noticed meetings. So, I mean, to me, doing a joint meeting with the commission or all of the commissions, as we've talked about having a commissioner day, like a big day where we bring all the commissions together, have a training, have the discussion, and maybe that's where this happens. Maybe this is where we talk about all these different ideas that, hey, we might see, because there will come a time again when the budget is comfortable and maybe the city is more flush or we've recovered from the pandemic, when the council again will be able to use discretionary funding to be able to move things along. And some of them are going to be things out of each one of these respective commissions. I'd love for them to feel they contributed to that personally.
So let me ask, the commissions take minutes for each of their minutes. So I mean, you referenced that things don't see the light of day. They do. The question is, how do we make decisions around those items that were discussed? And so one avenue is report back to the council from the council liaison. The other one is present the minutes of the commissions to the council. Or the other is city manager, if they make a recommendation, we want to see that recommendation before us, whether you have a staff report related to it or not, for us to discuss.
I personally don't find the minutes to be summary. And I think that's the challenge, is that the minutes will come and they're presented and it's a stack depending on which board, commission, or committee it is in, and I have to read through all of it, whereas I'm more interested in this was requested and, it was either move forward or not. I mean, somehow to bring forward action items in a summary fashion, which I do think there are, DPRB, somebody's doing it. One of the planning commission maybe are doing a summary one sheet. This is what came out of that meeting. I find that to be very helpful. But when I get the big stack and I have to read through all of it, it's a lot of information.
And I like the minutes being detailed, but exactly to Ryan's point, and it doesn't have to be after every meeting. In fact, it might be better to be occasional, whatever it is. And maybe it's quarterly, maybe it's semi-annually, but that, and maybe we have the chair come here and like for 4 meetings in a row, we have one chair from each commission come up and give a report on what the commission's been doing for the last 6 months. And there's a very small report, not a huge report the staff has to do, but just with bullet points. Here are the, council or Commissioner so-and-so said, let's do a splash pad. Commissioner so-and-so said, let's do the Bill and Ted monument. And Commissioner so-and-so said this. This one came forward, the Bill and Ted monument, but the other ones didn't. But you want to know about the other ones. And so maybe so there's something on paper, and we got a person to look at there to give a report.
There's been many a suggestion about having the commissions, because most of the commissioners on this commission have no idea who the commissioner is over here, and so there's no bonding. John brought it up before I could say it, but something like each dedicated council meeting, Parks and Rec, their commissioner is going to talk. And I don't want to hear I'm being honest with you, I don't want to hear the council member telling about he's liaison to this. I want to hear what the dedicated chairperson of that is got to say, what he's talking about is his deal. Because in my belief is we shouldn't be doing anything at Parks and Rec or Public Safety or any of these commissions. We should be there simply listening. Okay? The staff member that's assigned to that should be bringing that information forward to that commission. Listening to the commission, figuring out what it is. We sit back and listen, because we're just going to be we're going to eventually make decisions. Okay? And we don't need a commission who's just following in the footsteps, and I don't believe we've had that, but it certainly could be suggested that commission's just carrying my water. Okay, so I believe that that's the way it is. I can only speak for planning. Okay, years ago when I was on planning, we would rule a certain way. And if it wasn't the way the staff wanted it, when it came to the council meeting, we heard the planning commission wanted this, but let me give you the 2.5-hour meeting to telling me why the staff wants you to do it. So we got an inch of commission, reporting, and 3 hours of why the staff believed this needed to be done. And I got to tell you, the commission, at one time threw up their hands and said, why are we even doing this? We're here wasting our time, because that's what's it. Somebody said, typical. You know what? We said that a house shouldn't be painted green, or we said it should be painted green, and they come here to the city council, and for 2 hours we debate what color the house should be. So they felt worthless, and I think that's what some of the commissions kind of are feeling now. They've been kind of left out, and I heard it from the Parks and Rec people when they're saying that we've talked about the urban forest and we were looking for this information, and I understand their frustration. They're not getting the information that they want, but it just comes down to how it's being conveyed, and I think we could do it better.
So if I may, from what I'm hearing, the idea of a commission day is wonderful. The council can do a joint meeting of all the commissions in the council, especially after COVID, in the Plummer building, and we go through each of the commissions talking about what they've been working on, their priorities. In terms of each commission, some cities have tasked each commission with developing an annual work plan. And so at the beginning of the year, Parks and Recreation Commission establish a work plan as your commission, submit that to the city council. So this is what we're working on this year, and that defines the path that commission goes through. It also telegraphs to the staff the path that the commission is going through and that it's been approved by council, and keeps the commission on task with that path. The fear if you don't set parameters is I, as a Parks and Commission, can set the wide gamut of priorities to discuss all year long and direct and drive staff and their priorities to accommodate me because I'm a public member and you need to empower me, even though it may not align with the council's priorities. And so what we could do to get exactly to what you're asking for is service the committee like they are now with the broad scope. The first thing a commission needs to do every year is establish their annual work plan and submit that to the council for approval. And then staff work with the commission on that work plan and report back to the council progress towards completion of that annual work plan. And that the remaining items that may not fall on that work plan are discussed because, there's always stuff that happens during the course of the year, is what the department head and the city manager evaluate to determine how do we grapple with that and where does it go and what do we do with that. And that way you've empowered them, but you at least guided the parameters for them operating.
Now, would staff be helping them develop that work plan, or?
I would expect the department to kind of define what we're looking at this next year and help refine the plan to something that's accomplishable, meaningful, and aligns with what the department is doing.
And the only thing that, Chris, falls out of that idea is that something comes up in the middle of the year. I mean, or 3 months into the year, 2 months into the year, somebody has an idea, and now it's not in the work plan. And I mean, I know what you're saying. For a big company, that's great, and for your staff, it's probably good. But for these citizens who are just hearing stuff and they have ideas and they're volunteers and they come in and bring up an idea all of a sudden, or somebody comes to a meeting, which has happened multiple times, and with an idea that we actually end up doing. But so there has to be a way of making that work plan have an item in it that's like, I don't know what you want to call it.
It's basically a moving document.
Well, Chris is talking about having work plan at the start of the year, which is a great idea and concept because everybody has a roadmap, and then you know what you're doing. So I know that's what you're getting at. However, they're not full-time employees, and sometimes the thoughts are a little scattered. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they just come up. Somebody just has a brainstorm, and or they're on vacation. They see something, they say, "Hey, this is what we should do over here," or they read about it in the paper, or they. Are very interested in CERT or whatever it is, and it comes up.
Parks and Recreation has the majority of programs going on, and more than the question or the public safety. And I know in the senior commission, we go over all the programs every meeting, how many people attended, and the members often have suggestions about how to improve these meetings that are very not expensive, doesn't cost a lot of money, just a different suggestion, maybe the time it's held in the morning or the afternoon or whatever. And that's an important part of a commission's existence, is to make suggestions like that, how to improve what we're doing, not necessarily doing anything wrong, but we can make it better.
And I would expect the department to take that information and operationalize it, because it aligns with the service that's being provided. Where I'm saying a work plan you establish at the beginning of the year, but that doesn't mean you can't make adjustments. It just means you have to engage the council as you're adjusting the work plan. Because if I have 5 tasks for Public Safety Commission, it's like, okay, we know these are the 5 kind of areas we're going to be going down. Council's approved it. It's the priority. Staff's working with them. And then the 6th area comes in. Well, can we accomplish 6? Or do we have to rejigger another priority? Council, or here's the impact associated with making that change. Is that what you would want to do? If not, then we wouldn't do that as part of the work plan.
I'm not in favor of the work plan rising to the level of council. I'm supportive of the work plan residing with the chair of the specific board, committee, or commission. And the reason for that is that these terms change. And when a new commissioner or someone comes on board, they may have other things they bring to the table. And to the point some members of council have said, someone may attend a meeting that doesn't generally attend and may have something to offer, which may then become a priority for whatever the reason may be. And so I don't know that it needs to rise to council, as their advisory after all. So to me, I would rather see the chair work with staff to gauge, evaluate, and prioritize those things that come to council as a recommendation on whatever those things are. I mean, this particular piece, the recommendation piece, we just haven't really flushed out. I mean, I can think only a few times when outside of a development that a board, committee, or commission has actually brought something to council, or council has referred something to. There's only a handful of times that mechanism has happened. So I'd really like to figure out how to formalize the engagement role between the commissions, boards and commissions, staff, and council, and maybe this is a way to do it.
We could just ask the commissions to formally vote to recommend to council an item and just bring it to council. But I would bear in mind that you would have to decide whether that would be with the consent of administration, with the concurrence of administration, or just a recommendation to council. And so, but what would happen with that would be Parks Commission recommends a update to the urban forest management plan in October to the council. It wasn't something that staff was going to bring forward, the parks director already, and now it's before the council and you're debating the recommendation from the Parks Commission, and you're going to come to a decision and say, city manager, we direct you guys to go update the urban forest management plan. And then we would come back with, here's the cost, the consulting, and the rest of that in terms of that action. What you're really moving towards is what you have with planning and DPRB. Codified authority in a commission, it's not advisory anymore, it's codified. And because Planning Commission has a statutory requirement to make a recommendation to you, and you could accept or not accept it. Parks Commission right now is advisory. And so when we discuss a matter of Parks Commission, it's generally going to be around the areas that staff's bringing forward to council. And so what we would put in the staff report is, this was discussed at the Parks and Recreation Commission. They addressed 3 issues associated with this item and recommend that we consider doing the following. And then that builds up to what their staff's recommendation. I would hope that the staff's recommendation is aligned with what the commission is saying, and if it's not, articulating why are we going a different direction than what the commission has advised on this area. And then the discussion at council becomes, here's what we think we should do, and you're weighing the staff's recommendation and the other pieces of the commission.
You know, I'm more curious, I don't mean to cut you out, but I'm more curious among the council. I mean, this is really the crux of the issue, is how do we envision these boards, commissions, and committees functioning? Because that's really what the crux of this is that do we, personally, I don't want to have someone on our board committees or commissions feel as though they can't bring something forward and then be able to have it brought back to staff or the council in a meaningful way so we can evaluate it or let them evaluate it and then get here. And I hear staff's concern for time and priority versus the model that Chris is talking about, wherein staff really lays the foundation or the roadmap, if you will, for whatever it may be, consistent with whatever council's priorities are, and then lets them weigh in and they comment and it comes back. I think there's pros and cons to both. I think there's probably a way to make them coexist, but so many commissioners or people serving bring forward a whole bunch of different things that we may or may not have on the radar.
In the ideal world, which is what we're striving for, and that's why we're talking about all this stuff right now, the directors and staff of each department, and let's take Parks and Rec because they oversee the senior commission and or they have liaison senior and parks. They do a lot of stuff. They would be aligned with the policy that we have promulgated up here, just in general about how we want things to go. Chris, you would also know that, and the directors would, and so the kinds of things that they would be very knowledgeable when a member of a commission brought something forward, like, well, that's in keeping with what we're doing, so let's get it on a list, and then it can go a number of ways. If it's something big, like what's the third phase of Horse Thief Canyon Park, we might actually ask Parks and Rec, like we did in the past, come up with a recommendation, and they do a whole bunch of legwork, and it goes back and forth a couple times. If it's something small, then maybe it just gets on that list of reported items, unless it's something that you have decided with the director and you. This should come forward a little earlier than that biannual or semi-annual report. So I don't know if I'm being that clear about it, but I think there's a way of getting this all to work. And I think in this one issue, we may need to have some verbiage come back to us to react to, rather than trying to flesh it all out right this second.
Yeah, what I'm not clear about, because I think Councilmember Rihanna hit the nail on the head, the tension that we have with the discussion we're having right now is what's the real vision and policy of these commissions? What's the role? If they're just advisory and really it's allowing them to engage with staff and have a discussion, but it's still staff deciding on what's going to come forward, that's one role. If it's no, we truly value and want to empower those commissions to say, we want you to grapple with certain items and we want to hear your input and we want to understand what you as community members and representatives of those commissions want us to consider. That's a second version of what that commission is, and you are empowering them to make a recommendation that staff will help them craft in the hopes that it fits the priorities of the department with the department director, but then bring that therefore back to council. Or the last option is fully empowering them like the planning commission, that they're the decision makers, so staff's advising them like support staff, so the department head is there to advise them, tell them about the impacts. But in the end, it's like council, commission, what do you want to recommend to council?
Your middle option is closest, I think. We want them to be empowered. But I don't think we want them to be, I don't think they should be like the Planning Commission.
I agree with what John's saying, and I will say, what I don't want to have happen, Chris, is someone I know, probably me, when I was sworn in, something was said to the effect of, well, they really don't do much. You kind of get information. I don't want that. Mm-hmm. These people volunteer and give their time to this community. Right. They're volunteers. I understand a lot of things, but the one thing is time. And I think we all understand that. And I don't want staff either, to be frank, I don't want any one of us to look at a commission meeting or a board meeting and just kind of roll our eyes and do it because we have to. It's worthless. It's a waste of everybody's time, including the citizens. So I want people to feel their time serving is valuable, it's valued, and I want to make sure that that's the message we're conveying to everybody.
I think that there's one missing piece, and this is something that I just thought of while Chris was talking, but any member of those commissions has the ability to come and address the council at any council meeting. So I suppose if door number 2, as we were talking about, empower the commissions to make recommendations, and let's say that this particular item is not necessarily something that staff thinks is feasible at this point in time, but the commission, the chair, let's say, is very passionate about it, nothing is preventing them from coming and presenting directly to us at any council meeting, really. Just food for thought.
You know, one of the important duties of any commission is to be a sounding board for the city. This is one way we know how the public feels about our programs and see if they're working or if they need improving. And I guess that would be true of all the commissions except for maybe the Planning Commission isn't a sounding board, but the others certainly are.
Well, what's the difference between advisory and giving them the power to make these recommendations?
So the Planning Commission has the statutory responsibility to recommend here, the zoning change was proposed by an applicant, we've evaluated it in the staff's recommendation, we make the following recommendation that you approve the zoning change council.
And there's certain things that they don't have to come back to us.
Correct. And so in the municipal code defines what does or does not come to the council that goes through that process. In all the rest of the commissions, I think the tenuous situation we have is, yes, they're advisory, but depending on the leadership of the city manager and the department heads, the value of that input could be a lot or a little. And so the way I look at a commission, I would tell you, if there's a commission that I think doesn't add value, I would tell you. I'd say we need to get rid of that commission. And I'll use an example where I think you could add value where it's not. You got the Equestrian Commission. I think the Equestrian Commission should be overseeing and reviewing the Equestrian Center, because there's a lot of activities that occur there that there are best management practices that are not codified and defined somewhere in national standards, or codified in 3 different manners, and you would need a sounding board, to Councilmember Bertone's statement, to say, Commission, what do you think? Here's the practice. Is that reasonable? You're all experienced horse riders. Is this the kind of thing we should be looking at, or should we be doing something different? And then staff takes that input and utilizes it in decisions. And so I take commissions, whether you codify it or not, very seriously, because we're professional staff and they're representatives of the community. And I expect our directors to take their input and utilize it. What I fear is going way too far in establishing a commission like an extension of the council, because you are the representatives of the city. A commission could easily go from wanting to be empowered, and the empowerment is really, well, you have to take this like we're council members. I'd rather let that power be vested with the council, and the commission help guide staff in making better decisions and better planning and better, recommendations to the council. And I think that's the tenuous nature. I hear exactly what you want, and we can do that. There's no issue with us doing that. I just fear that latter situation.
Well, why don't you get it? We can't decide it tonight because we don't have it in front of us, the language we're going to have. Why don't you put together what you have heard from the council, maybe a majority, about the empowerment, and as Eric said, door number 2 out of the 3, and then also have your comments or an alternative, any kind of tweaking that you think it should have, where you think maybe we're giving them too much power, or in the case of the Equestrian Commission, they need more power for that one thing. But we need something in front of us. I think we need
we can do that. We can have a preamble in terms of what the intent of the council is with the commissions to guide how we operate.
Okay. Just a quick side note on the Equestrian Commission dealing with the Equestrian Center. Okay, do we have a conflict with the fact that we've leased that to a private vendor, and now we're going to, there's certain things we can tell them about, but now we're going to tell them really how to run their business. Is that going to be a conflict?
No. So when that example, when you look at the operational lease, there are statements like you will operate it with best practices for a stable. What is that best practice? You'll get complaints from boarders that may say, well, they're doing this, and we don't like that, it should be this. Well, who's the expert to tell you which one it should be? Well, staff could make that call, or staff could engage the advisory body, the Equestrian Commission, and say, here's what we have, what's your perspective? Use your expertise as horse individuals or professionals to advise staff on whatever matter isn't explicitly stated there. We don't dictate to a leasee or operator how you should do your business. And so things are, the black and white statements, we don't need advice on that. But the practices, the operations, could benefit from advice from professionals.
Yeah, because I think most of the community believes, at least the Equestrian Commission, or Equestrian community believes that the Equestrian Commission already, that's where they come when they got a complaint. Every Equestrian Commission meeting in the last year and a half or 2 years had, 8, 10 people coming and complaining about the Equestrian Center. So I'm glad that we're going to talk about what we're going to do, but I just want to make sure that we're within our legal bounds of taking it, and that's nothing to do with this at this point.
We are the processes. Complaints first go to the operator, and then they come to the city to be mediated. There's nothing that defines it goes to the Equestrian Commission. So the issue is when complaints go to the Equestrian Commission, it may be out of the process of what the agreement actually says. So the legality part of that is, yeah, we wouldn't allow that kind of conversation to occur if it's not in compliance with the agreement. It's where, how coarse should the sand be that the horses walk on? Well, that's really subjective based on practice. And, the operator could say this is fine, and the commission could say, well, these are considerations you should consider.
Okay, understand. I agree with John. We need to see something in writing, what you think, what your opinions are, something that we can actually have tangible in front of us and do it, because I think we could sit here and talk about this probably till midnight, and we really only have till about 9 o'clock.
No, I appreciate the robustness of the conversation, because this is really the crux of everything else. The last two items that we have are very specific and nuanced. Under the Development Plan Review Board, right now the membership of the board consists of 2 private members, city staff, and a city council member in making recommendations. The question to the council was, do you want to provide any safeguards against conflict during decision-making related to city staff and city council members of DPRB requested considerations? And so staff, when an applicant provides a project, staff evaluates that application, and it then goes before DPRB. There's a tenuous relationship within staff serving on DPRB to make a recommendation on a matter that staff already evaluated and prepared. And so there are a lot of requirements for objective standards, and we don't really have standards for design review. It's really subjective perspective of the individuals that are on the commission. And so the question is the council okay with having staff and a council member and public members, or would you rather have a different makeup of that membership?
Well, currently, I sit on it as the council member, but we actually have an appointee from the Chamber of Commerce, and we have an appointee from the council, which is the architect, who has been around for years. And their problem is these are very requiring. Then we have staff members, city manager, and that's it. But the people we have right now are those, two civilian employees, city I as the liaison, and then we have quite a bit of staff. And then Henry sits on it as a staff member, where I have some difficulty, not with Henry, but we've always had some type of a conflict with the fact that a staff is making a presentation, and then all of a sudden you start hearing comments from the staff member's boss, asking pointed questions. Well, what about this and what about that? I believe personally, when it comes to DPRB, when it comes to us, it needs to be approved, already approved by the boss. It's already dealt through that process. And that's not to say anything about Henry, but that was the way it has always been. And I've watched our staff members almost not go into tears, but fairly close to going into tears because their work is being scrutinized by the boss that they already gave it to it. So
when you say approved by the boss and then brought to the DPRB, what does the DPRB do then if it's already been approved by staff?
Well, the staff does their staff report. Okay. And then they're coming back to the DPRB to present the case along with the developer or whoever is doing it. Okay? But if somebody does a staff report, I would believe that staff report needs to go to their.
I see. So you're saying the director doesn't know exactly what the staff report, and he's kind of blindsided.
He's blindsiding them, or they're blindsiding him, or whatever.
Well, I think it's an operational thing that should definitely be fixed. And but I do think having those staff members at the meeting, like we have Public Works, we have Planning.
It's absolutely important.
Absolutely important to have the staff members themselves there for perspective and codes and everything else.
I mean, all of this stuff. We have Public Works there, Planning's there.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to be there.
Right.
And even to the point of Eric from
Building
and Safety. Those people all need to be there. So I'm not sure the number is 7 exactly, but there is, 2 civilians. And also on this current DPRB is the chair of the Planning Commission. So there's actually 4 people other than staff members there.
I would think it's been years since the Chamber of Commerce discussed who their appointee is going to be. It's just been automatically on there.
Yeah.
When I was on the board of directors of the Chamber, we never discussed who was going to be appointed to the position.
Yeah, Scott Dilley's been the guy for as long as I know.
Right.
Chris, can you explain, because I hear this question all the time from people, why do we have planning and then why do we have DPRB? Because there's a lot of people that question the need for both. And I know one is legally required. So can you just touch on that a little bit and explain why we need it, or if there's duplication or overlap?
So we'll go to the scope in terms of planning. Who recommends matters of zoning laws and land use matters? So you'll see Title 18, the codified Title 18 that planning will actually review as part of the review. And at the DPRB, they're a recommending body on development elements and intended to protect the rural character and natural beauty of the city, which much of it is not codified in code, and it's now subjective. And so I'd prefer you do the following, and I prefer it this way. And so in some communities, the complaint you get the most, and this is an area that I heard from the council, is why does it take so long to process the development through the city? Well, in Planning Commission, the scope to which they operate is very well defined. What does Title 18 say about that? Do you grade 200? Can you grade 0 cubic yards or 200 cubic yards? Well, it's codified. DPRB, it's now going to be subjective to all the parties that are sitting at the table. And we could deliberate, and I've seen the deliberations go on and on and on about something that normally in another city would that makes sense, great, proceed. And so some cities integrate planning and DPRB together and broaden the authority of the Planning Commission. So planning is deciding on not just zoning and land use issues, but also the design elements of whatever that product is that's coming forward. In other cities, there's like architectural review boards, or DPRB in this case, that it's just public members and staff presenting a recommendation to DPRB, or in this case DPRB, and the public members of that DPRB are deciding, yes, we agree, or we would prefer to see these changes, and the staff's speaking to that recommended change. It really just becomes, how strong of a control do you want on that subjectiveness of a development, because you can never define every element.
Some kind of body like that is important. So the Planning Commission it's 5 members, obviously residents, and they're doing a job. The DPRB, in my experience, they're like an architectural review. How does the thing fit in with the surroundings? you can have all these discussions at planning and here as we do, but they get into more of those. I mean, I see the minutes from there. It's like, well, the guidelines say you got to have the siding like this, and you got to have a porch coming out like that, and those are important to get that kind of recommendation from an architect, from a member of the Planning Commission, and other residents. I'm open to it being configured differently. Like you say, maybe it's like another committee or commission, and they have a lot of public members who are, I mean, you want to have like an architect on it, and you want to have people who know some things, and maybe have some people who just like to be involved. I mean, I don't know how that should be done, but there has to be a body like that that's able to take the objective standards and our guidelines, and we have it over and over again where a person who wants to do something is meeting the building code and might be meeting the physical setbacks, but the building doesn't fit in at all. And what happens is, depending on how well they work together, like a proponent, that can go really fast. But if they are a little, and we had a recent example that I won't mention, where it's taken a long time because the people are kind of novices at developing a building, and so they're not able to put into to get down on paper what the building's going to look like, and staff is giving them suggestions, and so. But it's important anyway to have a body like that. That's my point.
And I think one of the
Design review.
It's design review. You can architectural, but it's not like the codes of the Planning Commission so much, who do have the same kinds of things too as we do if it's appealed to us. But this is more really focused on how does it fit in with a neighborhood, and neighborhood being residential, business, whatever.
I agree with John that it is a very important committee. There was conversation a few years back about maybe the Planning Commission taking over that role, and I'm not sure how the commission talked about that or something, but I know there was conversation. But having attended meetings, they're just two different animals. Okay, it's I think what we're doing here is if we take and try to incorporate them together, we're going to make them weaker on both sides, because it's just, I think we need to really be aware that the Planning Commission has a role, and they have that role that makes decisions. Whereas the DPRB, they make decisions, but they can already be appealed to the next level, being the Planning Commission and or the council. And quite honestly, I don't know the difference between certain type of fences and certain type of not. So having an architect there, having the staff there is extremely important.
So are we saying no change?
I wouldn't think we need a change.
I appreciate the explanations, and I don't think there's a need for a change either.
The one, Mr. Mayor, I might make a note on this. The one area that I wanted to bring up about the makeup of the DPRB is that our municipal code states that any appeal of a DPRB decision goes to the city council.
Okay.
So since a council member is on the DPRB, I just wanted to let the council know that if there ever is an appeal of a DPRB decision to the council, that council member who is on DPRB is going to have to recuse themselves and not participate, because you cannot decide an appeal of your own decision.
Really?
So,
Yeah, we've been pretty guilty of that for as long as I've ever known. So, but believe me, if you want to take a meeting away from me,
that's not what I'm saying. I just wanted to make you aware that we might have some
But he could
times.
recuse himself at the level of the committee meeting, right? And then he could vote on an appeal.
So if I'm listening to the testimony, okay, and I know that it's going to be coming to the council, I can recuse myself at that point and not vote and still.
You'd have to do it before you even start listening to the testimony, and then you'd be able to participate at the council level if it got appealed.
All right. So
But I just wanted to throw that
totally,
out there.
Maybe totally up to you guys.
I got to be honest, I haven't sat in on those meetings, but my opinion on that would be that your view as the mayor would be more important and meaningful here to me rather than there.
Right, I agree with that. I almost think we should vacate the mayor's position on DPRB and then open that up to another somebody, whoever that somebody would be, so that way that issue doesn't exist. And I mean, it's not like we don't or can't watch the meetings and won't eventually end up weighing in on it if it comes up.
I don't think we're going to watch the meetings.
Well, you know what I mean, you know. But that's just my two cents.
I
Keep an eye on them.
believe me, it's not going to break my heart.
Well, it's
all.
not appealed very often. It's very
No,
seldom.
not very
it's
seldom.
appealed.
Very seldom.
Very seldom.
Very seldom.
So am I hearing?
I'm off the committee.
No commit. Okay. So the one. Darn.
I'm off.
Willing.
So no council members or mayor on the DPRB. The one. This is my opportunity to at least highlight when we talk about the timeline for a development, and we're getting complaints about why it takes so long. We need to understand that this committee is part of the reason why. Because when I look at a tree on the private property side and there's oak trees that are on the public right of way and that's appropriate for that street, but that's not what they put on the property, I could say, I really don't like that tree they put there. I think they need to put an oak tree on the private property. And if members of the board say, yeah, I agree with that, or I think you should redesign this part of the project, it then goes back to the developer who has to spend all this time to rehash that and bring it back. And you could be going back and forth and adding to the timeline. So I just want to make aware that because there's not that many objective standards that govern DPRB, that subjectivity will increase the time for development.
So my experience on that is that lots of things sail through with no problem at all. The ones, at least some of the ones that take a long time, it's because the developer has, or let's call it proponent, because sometimes it's a single house, it's not like a developer. So a proponent hasn't listened to staff. The staff has said, here's what we think you should do because this is what is going to pass through, and you know, it's just the way, these are the guidelines, and this is what they say. And then the proponent often wants to go to DPRB anyway. Then they get the same comments, and then, as you say, they have to go back. So, you know, and it's okay to stick to your guns and say, no, I think this should be what it is, but that's the risk you take. You get up against an architectural or development review board like this, who is trying to keep, I don't know about the rural characteristic, because we've lost the rural characteristic a lot, but maybe there's a couple other words you can put in there, but I mean, I like rural, but whatever it is, they're trying to maintain the look and feel of the community. And if somebody's bringing something forward that just isn't doing that, that's when it's going to take longer, because they're going to come to a compromise at some point. I've seen that many times, every time practically. The DPRB never says, like, no, finally. It's like, come back, and you coach them along a little bit. They get far enough, and they get approved. And then they say it took too long.
You know, I can't quote a number, but I would venture to say there's 75% of the developers out there believe that DPRB is a waste of time. And the reason why they feel it's a waste of time, that it is controlled by staff. So when you're looking at seven people, we probably should weigh that 7 with community members, or, you know, the planning commission, or whoever, the architect and stuff like that. With only 3 staff members, the community should be the heavier weight there, so that we could get through what we want. So I don't know if anybody has any interest in that portion of it, but I think most developers think that one meeting, then 2 or 3 weeks later, or 3 months later, we're back to this, trying to figure out what color paint and all this other stuff. So I would hope the board would look, the council would look at, let's look at the makeup of this to get the staff, because the staff is going to be making a presentation. So instead of having voting members, you know, it could be the public works director and they could be the guys on it, 3 people like that, and then the planning department's making the presentation, and that's it. So.
I agree with what the mayor's saying. I also have concerns, I guess, for Jeff. So, like, the planning commission appointee then has the same issue as it relates to if a decision's appealed and it goes to planning then, correct?
Well, when a DPRB item goes to planning commission, it's just a recommendation.
Okay.
So it's not a formal appeal of a decision by DPRB, so it is not as much of a due process issue.
As it coming to us.
That's correct.
Okay. I agree, though, that if the mayor vacates his spot, then I do agree that there should be some construction or some reconstruction, perhaps, of the representation and how the format is, so there's more community input and less on the staff side.
What if we swap the council member mayor with a resident?
Well, that's
member?
one. I see one. How many people? 7? 1,
7.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So.
And the other part of this is we need to be cautious, not cautious, but aware. This DPRB, you could be there from 8 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and these people are not being subsidized at all. It depends on it. Yeah, it might be an hour one day, but the next issue could be 6 hours, because there may be 3 or 4 different cases before DPRB, because they're only every other week. So you're now reaching out to, like, the architect that we have. He's not getting anything. He's volunteering his time. The other community member, he's volunteering his time, and the planning commission, or whoever's the guys there. So they're not like our staff members being paid to be there. So I don't know how we handle that to be reasonable, because there's going to come a time where you do not have enough to make a quorum for you to do anything.
Well, I think looking at this, perhaps the way to do this is there's 7 positions total. 3 are already the appointee from planning and the chamber and Mr. Sorcinelli. The 4 others perhaps are the chairs of the other commissions. So if you brought in Parks and Recreation Commission, Public Safety, and the Equestrian, and I'm forgetting some seniors, then you would have each one of the chairs now as a community representative on DPRB. And that would just be part of the process responsibilities of the chairs of those commissions.
Some of those people might have full-time jobs that, as you're saying, this is a daytime meeting, and it's not going to change. It's going to be a daytime. This is really a staff operational kind of thing, and we have the advice of highly regarded people to staff, but it's a daytime meeting. So
perhaps a commission could come up with a able-bodied representative of each one.
Yeah, I don't mind. Have a general member of the public, but they have to be qualified and really interested in the goals of this particular.
I really don't want to, myself, I don't really want to take our directors out of this mix. Okay? I just don't think that's practical, because you got to hear from, when these conversations come up, you got to hear from Public Works, and you got to hear from planning and things like that. Otherwise, believe me, it's very important that they're there. I just believe that it should be weighed by appointees, civilian, our people. Normal citizens that are listening to what's going on, with the exception of the architect, whoever that may be. Sorcinelli has been here for a long time, and he offers a great deal of knowledge, and he gives up his time. But I just think that it should be 4 community members and 3 staff members. And quite honestly, I think Henry, should be cut loose to manage his peoples and their reports. To make sure that the staff reports are thorough, they're ready to go, and without him having to make a decision, and if he disagrees with the staff report, all of a sudden he's getting darts thrown at him. And I just as soon not have that. But I would also like to have an opinion from Henry at this point. I think that would be coming through. I think the only thing we're really going to find out here tonight is I don't have to worry about it no more.
That's the one decision.
I think John's comment, maybe an at-large member of the community to take the seat you vacate and keep the 3 to 4, as you pointed out. Maybe
I think 3 to 4 is the mix. Really, I think anything we do, the community should have the overlying weight.
Mr. Mayor, if we swap out the mayor with a community member, it will be 4 public members and 3 staff.
Yeah, I think that works out great, personally.
So that's what so the follow-up will be, we'll change the mayor's position to a community member, and then we'll have an odd number with a majority public.
That makes sense to you, Dennis?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Good idea.
I would just, my only stipulation would be that the council as a whole appoints that person.
Yes.
I agree.
It's a regular appointment like that.
I agree.
I mean, literally, the interviews, the application process, these
All right.
people come before the entire body.
Okay, we're moving rather slowly. Okay? It's now 8:21. At 9 o'clock, we're going to adjourn this meeting and continue it to a different day, so we need to decide how we're going here.
Thank you.
The planning commission change is just to change the assistant city manager to the director of community development, because we no longer have an ACM of development. So we're putting Henry in responsible for that. If there's no objection, I can move on to the next.
Yes, and I was advised, I talked to both city manager, mayor, and a couple council members, that I have an additional item under this section, which deals with the various commissions that we have. So we're at the bottom of page.
Hang on,
2.
John.
Oh, go ahead.
Don't we still have, are we going to talk about all these other commissions?
None of them are highlighted unless you have a desire to speak to
Planning
them.
commission, that's it? Okay, are we talking about the memberships of these commissions?
That's a part of what we're on right now.
Okay, so we're going to come up with a number to talk about each one of these, or what?
Except for the DPRB discussion, no other commission's membership was brought up for discussion, but it's available. It's available right now. We can talk about it.
I think, Mayor, are you talking about the number of appointees?
Yes.
Okay. Is that coming up, or is that here?
The next item, like section 4, has appointments, but it doesn't speak directly to the number of members for the committee. So if it depends on what you're asking. Are you asking about the process of appointment, or are you asking about
the number?
I guess what I'm asking is, Parks and Rec has 7 members, 2 years terms with 6 max, so 6 years, okay? There was some conversation a while back about, are we going to leave these numbers the way they are? I personally, I have no problem with the numbers. I know that there has been some questions about public safety, having 12 people. It seems to be a large number. I don't know that we still have the current problem of getting a quorum, but before we went into COVID, we were having a tremendous problem getting a quorum. Okay, I know that John was telling me that he never had a problem really with, as long as he had a full commission.
No, there are occasional quorum problems.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
and then
we all do.
I think that Dennis said in the senior, he's had 9 members, and he said he never had a problem, and that was it. Golf course advisory is the way it's broken down. We have to remember that they are a part of. We have a appointee and a community member from Laverne, because we have 4 holes that belong to them. So we haven't had a problem with there. I just want to make sure that everybody's comfortable with the numbers, before we leave here tonight, that those numbers are adequate. I would have no problem cutting down any of the numbers that wanted to, but I also have no problem with leaving them. Okay.
Mayor,
public safety, I don't know.
Mayor, I'd actually like to hear maybe from either Deborah or Chris about this as it relates from staff's perspective, how the numbers on the commissions play into staff's responsibilities.
For me, it's the recruitment process that has been an issue off and on for years. It's changed because there is more community interest, and so hopefully that won't be an issue. But that, for me, that is what becomes an issue at some point off and on. And when that happens, then you have issues with having a quorum, or we have to keep going out and recruiting once, twice, 3 times. And it just prolongs the whole process for me administratively. And then you lose track of who came on when, how many times did we advertise? Well, okay, the advertisement was closed on the 30th. And then we come into a meeting and, well, can we keep taking applications when we've got 5 already? How do we address it? So when we come into the area where we don't have enough participation, the recruitment and administrative process becomes cumbersome.
And I think that needs to be consistent. I saw it laid out in the handbook, I believe, on how and it seems to cover all the situations when you don't get enough applicants. Like if you have not enough or the exact number of vacancies, you want to advertise some more, and that's what you do. So as long as you're not getting extraordinary requests to extend or whatever, and I think once we get this all settled, it's going to be a lot better. Right, Ryan? Because whatever it's settled out as, we're not going to be wrangling with this on and on. And so you can do the consistent advertising that you typically do. And I know it is a job because there's, you're corresponding with multiple people. If you think of all these commissioners that there are and the vacancies that come up. So the consistency should be there at least.
Deborah, what's from your perspective, what is the number? I mean, I know the staff report says option 1 or option 2. From your perspective, if you had to make a recommendation, what would it be?
5 or 7. And I will note that most other cities have the same number on all of their commissions. At least the ones I've looked at. I can't tell you off the top of my head which cities, but when I did the research and pulled those handbooks that you have, I did see a lot of cities that had this consistent number on every commission that they had. So it was 5, usually a lot of them were 5, but 7 is, I think, a manageable number.
So I noticed, and for the mayor, the question was if staff had a recommendation for the number of people to be on a commission. From the city clerk's perspective, 5 or 7 was what research had revealed was out there. 5 sounding like it's more standard than 7. Looking at this from my lens and experiencing it since I've been paying attention, 2 of our commissions have 5. 2 of them have 7. 1 of them has 9, and another one has 10 or 12 or whatever it is now.
Well,
personally, I know I went all over the place in the last couple meetings on this, hearing from folks and what have you, and I was championing 5, and then I think the last meeting we had some discussion. I'm hanging out at 7 personally. I think option 1 across the board. And that doesn't mean that folks, and I think if we talked about it at the last meeting, I don't think if we went with option, if 7 or whatever it's going to be, those people would term out through attrition. We're not talking about tomorrow if we went with 7 and we whack people off these commissions. But I just think for consistency and to get everything on track, I would be supportive of option 1 and the implementation over time.
That sounds fine to me, too.
Well, 9 seems to be working on the senior commission. I mean,
This is where I'm going to disagree with you.
It was bound to happen.
Yeah, sooner or later. But just mildly, actually. The thing is that I think different commissions different commissions actually call for different memberships, different numbers. So the Equestrian Commission, the equestrian community has shrunk in San Dimas, no doubt about it, but there's still a need for the Equestrian Commission. It's been hard to get the 5 commissioners in the past, and now we're full, I believe, but going up to 7 would be hard, because then you've got to get 4 for a quorum to do any business. So I can see vacancies persisting in that. So that's an argument for the Equestrian Commission staying at 5, just because the call for it is smaller than some of the other commissions. For the seniors, it's a way to get involved and be active. I'd leave it at 9. And I mean, I wouldn't, and I'm reluctant to change any number. I mean, I'd leave the Public Safety Commission where it is, unless we wanted to reduce by 1 to make it an odd number somehow. So it's that kind of a, when you have votes, there's always a, 1 extra member there. But so generally, I'm inclined to leave them the same, or maybe go down to 9, but not be all the same number. I mean, Parks and Rec, we could easily get 2 more members there and make it 9, but I'm for keeping them at 7 as well.
But I almost wonder, though, and Deborah, you can weigh in at any point, but I'm just thinking, number 1, for the point of consistency in city operations, but 2 is we can increase these numbers for whatever our personal reasons are arbitrarily at any point, just based off of, hey, we know a number of people to apply. When we have a recruitment and retention issue among various commissions, we also have opportunities. If it's fair and equitable across the board, that means that if we have 7 equestrian commissioners and we have 7 Parks and Rec and we have 7 seniors, we're always going to have interest. And so what I hear from what you're saying to me is there's a grand interest for people to participate in Parks and Recreation, which I think is great. And I think those people hopefully are going to stay engaged, whether they participate in public comment, whether they attend the meetings, or whether they in fact decide, hey, you know what, that's full right now, but I'm really, maybe I'm interested in Parks and Rec, or maybe I'm interested in equestrian, right? And so, or maybe public safety, something that maybe they didn't think about, and they come and offer a different perspective. So I hear the idea or the fact that these other commissions are interested and have a lot of representation, but I also think that it offers opportunity for people to fill vacancies in other commissions wherein they may have. Just because you're on the Equestrian Commission, we hope you have an interest in equestrian issues, but someone might be on the Equestrian Commission who may not know the dangest thing about it and might just want to be there and learn about it and then be able to weigh in and offer perspective on it. So I mean, I think there's opportunities. Is my point there.
Just for on behalf of this Equestrian Commission, well, Eric's the liaison to it, so I'm not sure what you think, Eric. But I would say that I don't want to give them a number that drives them out of business. Because if you gave them 7, I just think it's hard to. I think they've got 5 members now, but in the past it's been 3, and they all have to show up every single meeting.
I would love to tap into my experience and wealth of knowledge about the Equestrian Commission and their meetings, but since I've been appointed their liaison, we've had 0 meetings. So
I will say, in my past experience, there hadn't really been a huge issue in attendance. There was actually more attendance than commissioners, largely generated by an issue that the city manager brought forward regarding the Equestrian Center. I think that's brought out a lot of people's interest. So I don't think there's an issue in terms of if we made the spots fair and equitable across all of the commissions. I think there's enough people interested in serving the community to distribute them among the different places. But Deborah, did you have something?
Just by its nature, the equestrian commission is going to be more difficult to fill because there's less and less equestrian people all the time. Whereas there's more and more old people all the time.
Let me ask the only thing I was going to say, and it went to what's been discussed already. The Equestrian Commission, for years, we did have problems filling it. The only reason why we were able to fill it eventually is because of the problems with that location. If that ever gets ironed out or it resolves itself, then I'm not sure if the interest will still be there, and we will eventually, over time, get back to where we were, where it was hard to get people on board. Because I have heard, from a lot of horse people that, they've moved out of town, their horses, they've left, and they've taken their horses with them. And so there aren't a lot of horse people in the city any longer. So if the reason that drove the current commissioners to be on the commission resolves, then what do we do with that commission when we no longer have the interest there?
Well, I believe that during the last, before COVID hit, the Equestrian Commission was meeting, and the majority of the time they had 4 or 5 commissioners there most times. So they had them there, but pardon me?
They've not had a problem with a quorum, because those meetings really were complaint driven because of the facility, not from any constructive input about the trails or, let's go do a count of how many horses are really in the city, so we know how to address things.
But the absolute bottom line to that was, you're right, it was complaint driven. But if we had a staff member that was, had an interest in that or taking concern with that, if they remember that the staff member, it's always been the city assistant city manager or the city manager, and now we're saying that the Equestrian Commission really, or the equestrian portion of it, should be coming under Parks and Rec. So there should be somebody from Parks and Rec who's actually the liaison there, and the planning. Chris could go anytime he wants, but it really should be a staff member should be assigned to that to drive that agenda, what's going on, and allow them to talk about it. The only reason, like you said, it was complaint driven, but because we didn't have anybody who had the incentives to put something together.
They did have agenda items. They had agendas prepared for them, and there were topics on there, and they either didn't get addressed because it turned into a back and forth about the problems.
Right.
So they were presented with items, maybe 2 or 3, but not heavy agendas by any means. Mm-hmm. But they were given direction and items to discuss, but because I think they were so focused on trying to address the items at the facility, they never really got around to the items that staff presented them.
Yeah, to be fair to that, though, that the commission, I wouldn't discount the work they've done, because what they did resulted in the city attorney revisiting the actual agreement and a whole number of inspections that followed suit. So,
well, I'm not discounting what they were doing,
right?
But I'm just saying that they became focused.
Right. Yeah. Well, they did what I would argue was their tasking.
Right.
And the 5 members was a good number at that time.
Yeah.
I
have no problem with 5. Quite honestly, if our Equestrian Commission, our community grows and starts back, which it's going to be kind of hard and under the concurrent rates, and we could always revisit it. At this point, I have no problem with it 5, and I think that's about what Eric's his learning curve on horses is still pretty steep.
But just to be clear, then we're not going to adopt staff's recommendations of standardizing the number across commissions. It sounds like the consensus is, unless anyone has a different thought, is to keep everything the same.
I would recommend that. I think commissions are different, and there's a different interest in each one of them.
Well, when I'm looking at Public Safety Commission, I thought, Deborah, we had 10 members plus 2, some of them. So I'm reading here only 10 members total.
That's city, that's 10 at the city.
Right. But it actually 2 others, but I think there's only 1.
Yes. Part of the problem with that is even once we get up to the 12, then that's not an appropriate number for if they take any action on any voting on it.
So we need an odd number.
Isn't that a very popular committee? I mean, a lot of people seem to apply for it.
Yeah, I just to me the numbers, I think some of us look at more commissioners, letting more people participate, but this is a advisory body that is chartered through the city to make these duties and responsibilities and recommendations to us. So, I'm more empathetic on the operational side with staff that we should have a solid number of positions across all of them. And I don't agree with inequity. I don't agree with the inequity of stacking a commission with more members than another to have a recommendation come back because we had, 19 public safety commissioners just because there's a lot of interest, and then having, 5 equestrian commissioners, and saying, hey, it marginalizes the voices. So I'm for equity in appointments to all of them. And I also would point out that I don't agree, and we're going to get to appointments, but when we start talking about this, how do we appoint? So if you want, 12 or on Parks and Rec, then how are we getting to those appointments? And how are we each going to pick them? Or are we?
For the record, I like Parks and Rec at 7. That's the number you're talking about across the board, so it would not affect that particular commission.
Right.
But I am interested and sensitive to the other commissions where the Equestrian Commission, it's not an inequity, it's the role they play and the ability to get interested parties on the commission. And the Equestrian Commission plays a smaller role. Their recommendations are no less important.
I don't think they play a smaller role. They're in the middle of reviewing a contract that has been mismanaged and overlooked. Okay. So I'm actually 5, even if they only had 5, they're still over quorum for 7.
This is going to be more difficult if we go to districts.
Right.
And we start thinking about, do we want to put commissioners from different districts on the commission?
That's a great point.
Well, let's cross that one.
Well, I think we should cross it now. We're talking about it. I think we should look at this. If we did 7, I think it's very easy when we get into the appointment discussion to look at it and say, however that stacks out across here. But equity in this number, I think, is a big deal. And to Dennis's point, looking down the road, if districts come online, then that's another discussion, that needs to be hashed out. But we could lay that foundation now and be effective in doing it. I think 9 is too much for most of the commissions, and I think it's a lot for staff. I think 5 is probably the ideal number for a advisory body to make meaningful recommendations and manage a meeting well. I think 7 provides some more input. And again, nobody's not able to participate. Everyone can attend. It's a public meeting. They can have their comments heard during public comments. That's my thought.
Well, I think we know that Dennis he believes 9's the number.
For the senior commission, I believe.
Okay.
9's the number.
And Eric, you said 5 is good?
If 5 is what we got, then it's what we got. But I'm not opposed to looking at some sort of standardization. I don't know if that means a minimum and a maximum number of commissioners on any given commission based on interest at any given time. I don't know what that would look like, but I feel like there's something in there that we can get to.
Maybe when we open back up and we start having the meetings and everything, if you went to like 6 months worth of meetings or something like that, then maybe bring back a recommendation on how many members you should have on that commission. And maybe it's 7, you know. And
I do feel like, just from my time on public safety, though, that there was a lot of people on that commission, and it may be more of the overarching empowerment of the commission itself, but, you know, for having a whole lot of people there, we didn't get a whole lot done.
You know, my question, though, on the public safety, so if we went to 7, that means on the city side of it, we'd only have 5, because we have, for some reason, we're obligated to have 2 through the sheriff's department, through their, whatever that.
Community Advisory Board.
Community Advisory. So now we're at 5 and 2. So let's say, you know, that should play into this.
I have no issue with that, though, in the end. I mean, they're both, either ones are community appointees. I mean, they're both serving the role.
Yeah, but they're not this community's appointees. They're the sheriff's department's.
Well, they've been from the community in the past, from what I understand.
Yeah, they both have, Alan Nash and Carol Curtis, who have done a great job.
Right.
But there's,
I'm not.
Alan Nash is gone.
I guess I don't understand what the issue is with us having 5. If we took it to 7, okay. I don't understand what the issue is with the city.
We took it to 7.
5.
We only are controlling 5 people. Okay, as the commission. And I think the 2 other persons are important, but I don't think this council has any input on them.
We don't have input now, so I don't understand.
Okay, that's why
I think what Emmett's saying is we have input on the 10, and now you're reducing that to 5 under this scenario.
Mm-hmm.
But
and Emmett is saying that that's a problem. I think you're saying
that's what I feel.
And I agree with that.
I don't agree with that, and I think that
I still don't get it.
Right. Well, what they're saying is they're saying these are my toys. So 5 right now, plus 2 who are community advisory board members who are selected from the community. So 2 of these people are sponsored by the sheriff's department's selection, and then 5 are appointed by the city. So what they're saying, that creates an issue for them. They want to exclude these 2.
No, I don't want to exclude them.
I don't want to exclude them.
Well, we're saying that they don't want to count them in the number. So if you went to 7 appointees by the city, then you'd have 8, 9.
Okay.
Which is where you'd end up. I'm saying I don't have an issue with it, because traditionally in the history of it, they've been appointees from the community anyways, and they've all served well in the commission, and the distinction of them being CAB members has never made a difference in the functionality of the actual commission. So I don't really see that as an insurmountable issue.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'm not hearing a consensus on making a change. So if there is a consensus, I think we need to articulate. Are we doing 7? Are we doing 5? Are we doing a mix?
Well, I'm really confused on what I really think. I have absolutely no problem with Dennis's 9 for his seniors, because they are a very active group and there's a lot going on.
So why don't we at least settle on that? Senior commission has 9 members. It will remain at 9. Can we get at least 3 people?
How about this might be more simple than we're making it, perhaps because of the late hour. Dennis has 9. He likes 9. He'd like to keep 9.
If we're going
the
by
idea of a
who's
maximum.
the liaison,
No, we should not go by who's the liaison.
It sounds like we should, John. That's what you're saying.
I visited.
I'm not saying that.
That's what it sounded like.
Okay, what I said was that seniors should have.
Eric has the floor.
Here's what I'm getting at is I touched on the idea of a maximum, and perhaps there is slight differences in each commission, and it may interest me. In the equestrian commission may change at some point, and 5 may no longer be the number. what if we touched on 9 as a maximum number of commissioners, and that way it would prevent any commission from being, overly stacked with people. I think 12 is too many, in my opinion, for the Public Safety Commission. But it would cut that down. It would keep the number of people that Dennis wants on his commission. It would establish a maximum so that for the most part, the problem, a potential problem of, stacking 20 people in a particular commission for a particular reason wouldn't be possible anymore.
And for the public safety, you would have 7 from the council and 2 from the sheriff's department, which would make 9.
Right. It's an option.
Well, I'm almost inclined, if every council liaison that exists wants to recommend their staffing level, which is what pretty much everyone's done here anyways, then we just respect the will of those particular individuals and their recommendation. So if Dennis wants 9 or 20, he gets whatever he wants, and we'll go along with it. And if someone wants to reduce the number of their commission or add, they can do that.
So I'm not in favor of that, and nor are you, actually.
No, sure I am. I just said it.
Okay. I don't think the liaison should, I think it should be a policy that the council adopts as a whole. And I think, I've already outlined it, but I think I'll just go down the line. Senior should have 9, Parks 7, Equestrian 5 at this point, which is what they have.
You've never attended that meeting. How can you say that? Honestly, John, how can you say that?
Which meeting are you talking about?
Equestrian.
Well, first of all, I
Not
have.
since I've been the chair.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. I'm just saying that that's what I think would be reasonable. And the public safety, I was going to leave it up.
You're no more informed to make a decision on that commission as you are to anybody else's. So what we're getting at here is, if we're going to spread an edict of what we should say, then we should be consistent across the board. Otherwise, rely on the people who have been attending the meeting, as I do for you in Parks and Recreation.
All right. I'm okay with however you want to proceed, except we need to proceed. That's all.
Very well.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please do.
And tell me if I'm out of line. It might make sense to first just go down the options and then see if there's 3 members of the council that agree. The first option being no change. If there's 3 members that think we should not change the number, then I think the discussion's done. And then we can go down, 5, 7, and then a variant.
I would advocate for no change at this point.
Well, I like what Eric suggested. A maximum of 9. And whatever you think the question should be, I have no idea. I've never attended a question meeting.
I understand that, but I think we have to also listen to what our staff member is saying about the difficulties of this, of the ongoing process. Parks doesn't want to change 7. They want 7. That's fine. Planning Commission is set. Public Safety Commission is at 10 plus 2. So you could either leave it at 7 and just live with it. And, like I said, I could be making more of that than it is. So 5, and then it would, and plus the sheriff's appointees, and then we'll know quickly after we get going back to meetings if this doesn't work, then we could always bring it back and discuss it.
I agree with the mayor for public safety. I'm comfortable with 5 city appointees and the 2 cabinet.
The Senior Advisory Commission, I got to be honest. I think Dennis has been with that commission for a long time. He knows how he gets people and things like that. And I know from just watching these meetings, when seniors come up to make a presentation, they're here in force. They are there. I don't see that with any other commission coming into these halls and talking and grouping and meeting. So I personally have no reason to. I'm okay with 9. Okay. Golf Course Advisory Commission. I don't think there should be a change in that number at all. I think because it covers, we have to have the 2 members from Laverne, and we have 2 community members from San Dimas, Jesse Ash and Don Green. So we have 2, plus we have a staff member and a council representative. And that's me. So I would not change that number at all. Okay, this is just where I'm going, guys. If you want to pipe in or not. Equestrian Commission, I'm going to, 7 members is fine. That gives Eric some work to do to try to locate a couple more horse people, and I guarantee you that once you talk to the people that you have on your commission now, I'll guarantee you'll find a couple of people, because we keep talking about it being a very close-knit community, but we've always had this 5, and quite honestly, people are pretty interested. Those horse people are interested. So I would leave it at, go ahead and move it to 7. And if Eric finds that he's not able to do this with 7, and it becomes a problem with a quorum, then he could come back and say, hey, this isn't working for us, and you will know probably sooner than Eric.
And I think there's a good point in that if we bring it to 7, and let's say it's difficult to find 2 more people, which I agree with you that it shouldn't be that much more difficult to find 2 more. But if it is, and we still have 5 people that attend meetings regularly, we still have a quorum, so we can still do business.
And the other side of that is, as we've all talked about it, a portion here, we're looking for them, the equestrian people, to take a more active role in starting to look at what's going on up at the stables.
And that could be a big job.
And so that could be a lot bigger job than what is out there now. For them to, it's going to take some legwork going up there. So maybe, 2 or 3 members have to go up and do something, and 2 or 3 members have to do this over a period of time. So this way it gives them that option. So those are what I'm willing to support.
The duty of the Equestrian Commission may be the most important one of all when you think about our equestrian center and how, it's perceived by the community and by the horse people and by the non-horse people. That could be the most important commission.
Right, and we would also, it has our rodeo grounds there, and we would like to see the rodeo people come back. And so one of the things is they look at our stable area and they look at the grounds around there. So it is a lot bigger job than we've kind of talked about in the past. So
I've come around to agree with you on that. In fact, the other 2 members don't even have to be horse people, because you're talking about a lot of operational things, and you could have people that are well versed in that be on the commission. So cast a broad net and hope you get the 7.
I agree with the mayor and members of council, and thank you, Mayor, for your leadership in this.
So just to reiterate, the only changes that will be made is equestrian moves from 5 to 7, and public safety moves from 10+2 to 5+2.
Okay, is everybody comfortable with that?
The only thing I want to mention on the Public Safety Commission, and I want to reserve that one last
you'll come
item.
to that.
But it's the applicants so we have 7 applicants right now for 2 vacancies, maybe, or is it 1 vacancy? It's 2 vacancies. Oh, I see, okay. There's 4 vacancies. No, the public safety. So what I'm concerned about is the method of doing attrition. So, we all know what attrition is. But, so now we're going to have to, whatever the verb is for attrition, attrite, we have to let 5 vacancies go by before we act on any applications. So I don't know how long that would be, but it looks like 2023? So for 2 years, we will have nobody else being able to be on if we did a normal attrition.
You need to turn on your mic.
if you'll indulge me in just this suggestion, and it's okay if you don't agree with it, I'd like to do a gradual attrition where we have 2 vacancies right now. I would do either a 1 attrition every 3 vacancies or 1 attrition every 2. So let's do the 2 as a simple example. We've got 2 vacancies right now, we fill 1 and 1 attrition. The next time we come around, we fill it, whatever it is. The next time we have vacancy, we don't fill it. That way you get some people who are in the waiting room, so to speak, able to get on the Public Safety Commission, a very popular commission, and it's not such a jolt that you're just going to be waiting for people basically to leave, and all these people have to wait for 2 years or more to put in their applications.
But how does that, if you do that, how does that affect the Parks and Recreation Commission?
Not at all.
I don't understand how it doesn't, because number one is, from what I understand, the Community Advisory Board, one of the seats is vacant anyways from the sheriff's appointee. So there's an opportunity there for an appointment. And there's also the 2 opportunities for appointment here. I don't see how what you're saying would apply to every single commission.
Because we don't need to reduce the number on Parks and Rec. We're at 7 already. We're at the number you want to be at.
Right, but
I'm saying public safety. Did I say Parks and Rec?
No, you said public safety, but now what I'm thinking is, so what you're basically saying is
gradual attrition.
Right, but it's almost could be perceived as punitive to the community member who's not getting a reappointment, who otherwise would have likely gotten a reappointment if they weren't expired.
No. Everything else, reappointments and everything else doesn't change. This is when somebody terms out or resigns.
Completely terms out.
Completely terms out and completely resigns, which I assume are why there's 2 vacancies right now. So they either termed out or resigned, one or the other.
I think 1 termed out, 1 resigned.
Yeah, those are the 2 cases that happen. So right, no, it's not punitive to anybody, but it does welcome members who are in the application pool right now. We had 7, did you say, or 10, whatever it was, some large number of people, and one person would be able to get appointed from that pool, and then we just go gradually like that. Now, that was a 1 every 2. I prefer 1 every 3, where we, fill, attrition, fill, attrition. But either scenario, at least you're letting somebody get on the commission.
But isn't from what I understand, the appointments for the purposes of management administration, they typically fall together, right? There's some are appointed in March of 21, some will be in March of 22. So when you track that, aren't they generally tracked in that unless we have an odd situation where someone doesn't complete a term?
Yes.
So
and the biggest public safety, there, like I said, in 2023, there's 3 or 4 that are coming due. And the reason why, at one point, I think there were 4 or 5 that were at the same term. And that was because we had difficulty finding people. And then when we did get the applications, it took a long time to get the interviews done. And that's how we, at one point, ended up appointing 4 or 5 commissioners at the same time. And then you have 4 or 5 commissioners terming out at the same time, and it's hard to find 4 or 5 commissioners at one time.
Yeah, I'm just, as I look at Parks and Rec and the other commissions, this issue is the same across the board. All of these terms come up around the same time. So I'm not inclined to see the same necessity to make a special circumstance unless we're going to do it across the board to all of them. Because as you look at each one of these, all of these dates are pretty much in line with each other, that appointments come up around the same time.
This suggestion addresses the need to reduce the numbers on the Public Safety Commission, which we just agreed to. The commissions whose numbers do not have to be decreased or one who is being increased are not affected by this suggestion.
No, I understand what you're saying, but to me, there's no urgency to get people off, to make hasty appointments. I understand there's people waiting, but over the course of the terms that are going to run their course, they will expire, and when they do, pursuant to the terms that these people have been appointed to, we can make the appointment. I don't see the need to push them or slow them down to push them out So what you're advocating for is basically saying, well, let's make one this year, one next year, and one next year, and then you get a more steady stream of people getting appointed. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying I don't necessarily agree with it.
So it's not a way of pushing anybody out or reducing the number in any other way than we typically have people leave. It's just a way of letting those filling a vacancy, let's keep it simple, every other time, so that people who have applied there's a chance they can get on the Public Safety Commission.
Right, but I'm just concerned about if we formalize the suggestion you're saying, there may be someone for a reappointment who's not going to get it because they're that every other time. And I don't agree with that.
No. It's not affecting that at all.
Council members, if I can, if we can make a suggestion, a direction that is a clean across the board process, it's so much easier to manage and handle. When you start trying to customize it, it gets difficult to track because of factors of what if you have someone that resides in the middle of all of this, then that throws a wrench in it. The other issue that I mentioned, a few minutes ago is trying to get everyone's schedule to come up to do an interview. Sometimes that takes 2 weeks, sometimes it takes a month. And it prolongs the process. It prolongs the administrative function.
Let me take this off the table right now, and I'll bring it back, and I'll do a little spreadsheet of how it would work. Because it would actually make your job easier, because there would be fewer times to advertise. But let me come back with a spreadsheet so it's more understandable for everybody, because I think that I'm not explaining it well enough now. I think I always do better with a little audio.
And if I may clarify, right now, how many city appointees do we have on public safety? How many seats are filled?
We've got the two vacancies. The two vacancies are the city appointed.
No. How many? There's 10 members, seats that we have. How many members do we have that are city appointees right now filled? Not the vacancies, the filled. 8. Okay. So we have 8 seats filled, and we're changing that number to 5.
Yes.
So we're 3 heavy. And so the real question, I get what Councilmember Ebner is saying. The real question becomes, we have 10 people waiting in the wings, and we have to reduce by a trip by 3. So do you wait till they bounce out and then do a recruitment, or do you a trip 3, or do you do something else?
Everyone, if you look at the terms, as I'm looking at it now, you have some people that are completing their second term, so they will term out here after their next
2 years.
2 years. I understand the hang up here, but I also think that these people applied and they were appointed by this body, and they also waited and were interviewed, and I know some of these people waited some time also to serve. So I'm supportive of being empathetic with both staff and the members of our sitting commissioners, and keeping it clean cut, simple. These folks finished their terms, and if they're reappointed, great. And when a vacancy happens, we will appoint from the applicants.
And we may have some members decide that they don't want to re-up. We always have something like that.
I agree with that. I think simple is better. And I think there's the fact that the meetings are open to the public, and if anybody was interested in the Public Safety Commission for the next 2 years, they could attend the meetings. And we're only talking, since they're meeting every other month, you're talking very few meetings, 12 meetings for 2 years, that they could attend and participate and weigh in and listen without being a member of the commission.
That's fine.
I agree. But I got to tell you that I'm going to be pushing that the Public Safety Commission, because there's lots of things going on, I'm going to be pushing that they monthly meetings. I'm going to be asking the chair of that for him to at least explore that and see what he thinks. I've had several of these people call and say, hey, we believe we need to be meeting more regular. There's new issues coming along, so that's one of the things I'm going to be asking. I believe that's Larry Giannoni, okay, to explore with his people. You know, that'll be a decision that they can make, or the council can come in and say that's what we want, but let's see what they say first.
Mayor, it's not just the public safety. I get emails from several other commissioners on other commissions wanting to know why aren't we meeting, when are we going to meet? And so it's not just public safety that's, looking to get back to meeting.
I accept the council's decision on that slower versus faster attrition. The council wants to do faster attrition, and that's fine. I just want to make it clear to the public safety commissioners that it sounded like there was some confusion that I was trying to get people off earlier. That couldn't be farther from the truth. I wanted them to stay their full number of terms. We always re-up them if they want to be re-upped, so they could have the 6 years. Wasn't trying to get anybody off earlier.
Right.
Okay, do we all understand? I just hope we all understand that.
No, I understood that.
I understood.
Okay,
great.
And there was some conversation at one point if we were going to talk about reducing the 6 years to two-year terms, but we never got there, and I haven't heard much about it tonight, so, that's it. So the way I understand it, we have 9 public safety commissioners right now. City appointed 8 and 1 appointed by the sheriffs.
We have 9 sitting currently, and 1 is the cab member. So
I
there's
thought 5 minutes ago we had 8.
No, Mr. Mayor, you're right. You were right. It's 8 plus 1.
8 city appointed and 1 cab
Plus
member.
1, right.
For 9.
So right now we have Carol Curtis is the sheriff's appointed.
Yes.
Okay.
That, and the other thing is reaching out to see if they want to even appoint another person.
Yeah.
Another person.
That should probably be a conversation between you and
if they don't,
the captain.
If they don't, then I think that seat should be filled by the city.
Okay.
If the sheriff doesn't choose to fill it.
Okay.
The Civilian Advisory Board would be my take.
That would be,
Yeah, definitely.
the captain, and consult with whoever he has to consult with, that group of people. All right, so very quickly, question 7, Parks and Rec 7, Planning Commission 5, Public Safety 7 plus 2.
No. 5 plus 2.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yep.
5 plus 2. Okay, Dennis, because you're the oldest guy here, you get your 9. Okay, and golf course will be 5. Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, for the attrition, we will allow the current members to complete the maximum 6 years?
Assuming they're reappointed.
Okay, I'm just clarifying that.
Yeah, they have to come before the council, and hopefully they're reappointed, which, currently I'm not sure what's going on.
Figuratively, the matter has to come before the city
Yes.
council.
So if I'm the member that's finishing their 2nd-year term right now, they'll come again to finish another 2-year term, and when that's done, that position goes away to get down to 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I talk about the one item at the end?
John
Okay.
asked to speak to a new commission. I think that'll take us an hour.
Yeah. This is a suggestion. It's not fleshed out. It's just something to think about, and I'd like everybody to think about it, and we'll talk about it at another time. So not to throw a monkey wrench into anything, it would have the 7 members like we're talking about. But I think we should have a new commission, something, the name is up for grabs, but something like the Arts and Culture Commission. So this commission would advise the city council on public arts projects, cultural events, help coordinate music in the park possibly, and movies in the park, the drive-in movies, mini film festivals, whatever kinds of things might come up. Obviously, this is all controlled by budget and city council. It's just an advisory kind of thing. But when things come up, like say we did the station art project for the Gold Line, it'd be nice, and we had some members of the commission. There was a committee on that. I was on that, and so were some members of the public. But it'd be nice to have a regular commission doing that. Another thought is that some cities, Brea comes to mind, requires a piece of public art in all their major developments. And so if we were to do that or suggest it, then this commission could give suggestions or recommendations of what it would be. And of course, if we move forward with the Bill and Ted art piece or whatever other city art piece we would do, and we haven't done any for a while now, they would be involved in, maybe picking an artist or recommending one, that kind of thing. And in short, they'd be an advocate for the arts. We don't have the Festival of Arts now, unfortunately, and unless that were reconstituted, it might be a little different. But we really need a commission, I think, like this. I would say that if we wanted to, we could also expand their duties to include like San Dimas Heritage, and if so, we might want to reserve a seat for a member of the Historical Society or something like that. But anyway, it's just an idea, and there are other cities that have this kind of commission, and it's a part of the city's, DNA that could use a little bit of civilian and citizen input.
What was the name?
Arts and culture.
Arts and culture.
And like
the
John
first
said,
pass.
it could be called, whatever happens to come up.
Yeah.
So, okay, I think that as John asked for, was just to be able to throw the idea out.
Very much.
I think that at some point we, as a council, should decide if we want to entertain that or think about it or set up a study session about it. I'm not sure how that would all come, but it's probably not a bad idea, but I don't want to sit here and predict its fate at this point.
Just to throw in an idea to get in everybody's mind.
Right. Yeah, and we do have public art stuff out there, going out in the Gold Line and on the bridge and everything else. So it's probably a pretty good idea. And since once we've lost the Festival of Arts and things like that. All right, let's move here. Let me stop. This meeting was set to terminate at 9 o'clock and was requested.
Madam Clerk, can you clarify if that was the case? I don't see that on the agenda.
Well,
is it a council request?
Council request at the beginning of the meeting. I'm not aware that it was made part of the agenda document.
Part of the agenda just says from 6 p.m.
Yeah.
There was a council request to have it end at 9 o'clock.
Mayor, I'm good. I made that request. I'm good going till 10 and getting through this section, and then I would request we continue the meeting to another date and time.
I would agree with that. If you give me a 5-minute break.
5-minute break.
No
Okay,
problem.
We'll take a 5-minute break right now. All right, we'll continue. City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are currently on page 3, the last line item, appointment of employees' relatives. This was an item that was discussed in the staff report on January 12th, and it relates to commission applicants are responsible to disclose any relation to current city employee with a relationship defined as a commission relative as a spouse, as specified here, I won't read them all, or a spouse's relative with a smaller subset. The commissioner shall agree to abstain or be involved or not be involved in any way from any discussion, recommendation, or influence on matters that may directly or indirectly benefit, influence, or affect their employee relative. And then for the council and city manager, there's no current obligation. The question before the council relates to what changes you'd want to make to those provisions, whether to the commission restrictions or to the city council or city manager. With that, I'll return it to the mayor.
All right.
You know, one thing I think it should be made clear is that many people, it seemed like from some of the emails that we received and some of the comments, were suggesting that an individual council member had the ability to appoint someone to a commission or something, which isn't true. We as individual council members have no authority to appoint anyone to anything. It takes this entire council to make all appointments. And I think that should just be, I know we all understand that, but I don't think the public understands that.
That is correct.
Yeah.
I would just like, before we get too deep into this, to ask John, since I know some people had asked me. I'm assuming some people had asked me the question, and I guess we're going to find out right now, so I'm going to pose it to John, but I'm assuming you're not going to recuse yourself from this discussion in light of the personal interest you have in the topic. So I just have to ask the question because it was asked of me if that's a decision you were going to make.
I'd first like to clarify what we're talking about, and I think the staff report...
It's a big book.
It is a big book. The staff report talks about appointment of employees relative, which is the subject we're going to talk about. Okay, I agree with that. What I want to do is make sure we understand that what we're talking about is not nepotism. And I'm going to read from a dictionary of what nepotism is so we know what nepotism is as opposed to appointing a relative. So I have a big book. Very big book. It's a big dictionary. I don't know if I got the date in it, but I got it when I was about 20 or something like that. And I have used it all the time. But let's read what this book says, the Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. And it says what nepotism is. And by the way, it comes from a word meaning nephew. So it's favoritism shown to nephews and other relatives, the practice of appointing relatives to situations of emolument in disregard of the claims of others better fitted for the office. There's a couple points there. If appointing a relative, and as Dennis said, we're not talking about a person on the city council appointing a relative. The second part of that is that it's to situations of emolument. It's a word we don't hear that often, so I thought I'd look that one up. And so emolument means the profit arising from office or employment which is received as a compensation for services, payment received for work, wages, salaries, fees. So this is the real definition of nepotism. And I know that, and the third part, so the commissions we're talking about don't get paid, so there's no fees.
A point of order, actually. I do believe, doesn't planning get paid? Somebody gets a stipend, correct?
Right. The commissions we're talking about...
Yes, that's correct.
That are up, the main issue are not the planning commissions. So the
I do think, if I understand staff's report originally, John, and for the city attorney or city manager, I just want to make sure, as currently written, this the staff's language as proposed does not encompass the prohibition to the Planning Commission. So right now, anyone of the relatives of the city council could be appointed to a paid commission. Is that a true statement?
Yes, a relative of the city council could be appointed to a paid commission if they were appointed to the planning commission.
Thank you.
And I will stipulate that, yes, you are right about that.
Thank you.
I realize that, and that's not the issue that is most important to this, because I totally agree that nobody should be appointed to the Planning Commission.
Okay.
John, we're talking to your microphone.
Okay.
Instead of
So the last part of that was, well, there's the emolument. So let's leave the Planning Commission aside, because that's, I agree with you on that they should be prohibited from joining the Planning Commission.
Okay.
Let's talk about all the other commissions. And the last part about that was in disregard of the claims of others better fitted for the office. So in other words, nepotism is appointing a relative who can profit financially, and I guess we could maybe call it like power, maybe as another part of that, and in place of people who are better qualified, just because they're a relative. So I just wanted to clarify that we're talking about appointment of employees' relatives and not nepotism. You know, we got a lot of emails, and almost every single one had one of 2 or 3 subject lines about nepotism and how people oppose nepotism. I oppose nepotism. I oppose individual council members appointing people to commissions in any case, and I said that several meetings ago. So what we're talking about is a valid discussion, but it's not nepotism.
I disagree, and I think there are other communities that disagree with you, John, as evidenced by their policies. But I'm happy to hear, though, in the context of this discussion, that the Planning Commission is a place where, in fact, we allow this practice to occur. So I'm happy to hear you see that.
Oh, we should no longer allow it. That's all I have to say. Clarification. I just wanted to, nepotism is a loaded word, as is cronyism, and those kinds of words have an actual meaning. And so when, we've got a lot of emails, and one of them that I liked talked about getting, the right information, the facts out, and clarity on what things are. And while that same person opposed nepotism in San Dimas and thought it was running wild, the idea of providing accurate information.
Well, one way we can handle that is that, and it's been suggested, is that if a relative or anyone in the list of people that was suggested is being considered for an appointment, that the person on the council who is related to this individual should recuse him or herself from the vote.
The discussion, I understand what you're saying. The discussion that, I know that we got a lot of papers here, but if you listen to some of the folks that are they're of the belief that if a community member who is a relative of a council person, that they could just, talk about, like, don't use me. My daughter goes on the Public Safety Commission. I'm having dinner with my daughter, and my daughter says, well, Dad, we're in the commission, and we're talking about this, and and I believe this is where you got to go. Do you believe I'm not hearing her? Or anybody else in that category. So these people are, what I'm understanding, are saying that you put yourself in a bad position if you're sitting here, listening to them, and it just kind of throws the staff in a bad way, because the staff is saying, I don't want to go, here's a commission doing this, and so-and-so's daughter or son's on this commission. That council person is most likely going to agree with them. And what do? Do I put it on the agenda? Do I put it in the on the budget? What do I do? I think we throw in the staff under the bus, to tell you the truth. And I certainly understand that. I've never seen a dictionary that big, but the reality is, I understand the definition of nepotism, but the world uses this as the way they talk about it every day.
I disagree with that.
Okay,
I think
that's
that people that use the word nepotism are referring to a corrupt way of doing things that involves money, and all the examples that people have brought up involve money, that people have emailed and said, here, we're going down the road of this city or that city. But
people actually brought up influence too. They brought up power and influence.
That's fine. That's fine. That's just not nepotism.
It is, John. But we can disagree on it. You have your little dictionary. I'll bring mine at the next showdown. But the bottom line is, people, and I agree with you, people do think it's corrupt. People do think it's, I think you said one meeting not too long ago, it was a power grab perceived by me. But when in fact you advocated openly to appoint family members, your daughter-in-law, to a commission, the community pretty resoundingly, when the general public, not a special interest group you may be beholden to, became aware of what's going on, people are not happy about it. It doesn't present the right image. It doesn't lend itself to the public trust. The Institution for Local Government talks about this a little bit and what it does to the public trust. And I can only empathize with you in terms of your personal cost ethical dilemma that you're in. I get it. You've said yourself you don't support nepotism, and the prohibition expanding, right now, it's not prohibited that it could be either the city manager appointing his relatives to paid or unpaid positions on boards, committees, or commissions. It just doesn't smell right. People don't agree with it. And I would almost say, just real quick on the money part, that I also find it fascinating that you bring up money, because the San Dimas Community Post Limited Liability Company is taking money. They're using product, and so is Isabel and San Dimas, which is part of your son's company. It's a project of his for-profit company, wherein they're using product that's being generated a lot from the public meetings that are occurring, and perhaps even potentially from the positions they're holding, to generate monetary gain. So I think it's really fascinating to have this discussion and introduce the monetary discussion to it, because that is a question. People look at that and they scratch their heads and they go, what are you really advocating for, John? For the good of the community, not your family, but for the good of the city.
Go ahead, Dennis, you had a question.
If one of your relatives or one of my relatives or whoever is wanting to be appointed to a committee or commission, we're not appointing them. It's the entire city council that's making the appointment.
Right. I don't think we should be faced with that decision. I think the city council should establish a policy that says we don't stand for that type of activity. We all, through common sense, most of us, have not had our family members apply for positions, even if they've expressed interest. You've heard the mayor talk about it. You've heard others talk about it. I have, as you know, my wife and my parents live here in the city, and they've expressed interest here and there, and it just doesn't look right. And the public has said it. You can read these emails. Anyone can. The public, there's 36,000 people here. You mean to tell me we can't find other people other than our own family members to appoint them? And it's not saying they can't be involved. There's nonprofits. There's the chamber. There's many opportunities for people to engage and even to comment in public comment. So it's just fascinating that we want to appoint family members to positions of influence, as we spent talking about in the whole last section. And you even heard John advocating for more advisory, let them be broad. So all of this stuff we want these commissions to do just further makes the case. And even the fact that we're having to have this discussion right now is unfortunate, I think.
So, I heard you mention there were some other cities. I mean, the 4 examples we had in the packet didn't have anything about this, but so what other cities have this policy? Could you name just a couple? We don't need a...
Brea, California, Princeton, Texas.
The only reason I bring that up is because all the cities, well, not all, but the vast majority of cities do not have a policy like this. And they don't seem to be having corruption problems.
Well, because most of them aren't having to deal with people trying to appoint their family members, Sean.
Let's.
Are you assuming that he went out and...
Dennis, I would caution you to remember we had the meeting, it's recorded, where John actually, after the objection was raised, publicly advocated to hastily appoint all of the applicants, knowing that his daughter-in-law was one of them. That's literally available for public review. So I think that's where the error is that there's a question before all of us that sit here about where your moral and ethical compass is. And in this case, there was an objection and a concern from people regarding this particular move and whether or not it's proper. And, you know, I think that's the question before us today is, do we support this or do we not as a city?
So I'm going to clarify some things, but when I said last year there was a power grab, that is something I'm not going to be saying. And from the new year on, I'm not saying things like that. And I'm not accusing people of things. I'm going to stick to the issues that we're talking about. I do want to clarify, however, that on that particular, if you do listen to the tape, what I was suggesting was that we have a policy. We had 7 applicants for 4 positions, and that we go through the interview process. And as you recall, I was going to recuse myself from the entire interview process and voting at the city council level so that the mayor and whoever was chosen, perhaps you would be, could evaluate the 7 candidates. And to me, it would be okay if you did not recommend any particular member, including my daughter-in-law. Now, let me just, I do want to, because somehow the narrative is just different than what the reality is.
That's funny. I've had to deal with that for the last year.
So let me just go through a couple highlighted parts from emails. I'm not going to give any names or anything like that. But somebody said it's unethical for a council member to use his or her position and appoint family members to various positions of power and influence. I agree with that particular comment. Another person said, when I get there, I find it deeply disturbing to learn that, and they name it, well, I'll just say it, longtime council member John Ebner is openly, publicly, and unapologetically advocating to appoint his family members to city boards, commissions, and committee. I am not advocating that in the least. As I just said, the interview process, the appointment process would be completely out of my hands. And so we are up here elected to do our job, and that means voting for and against things. And just like I'm not made uncomfortable if the entire council votes one way and I have to vote another, the rest of you should be the same way. And if you don't think somebody's fit to be on a commission or board, that is fine. That's just part of the process. Another person said, I oppose nepotism being attempted by one of our councilmen. Another one said, an elected official should not have the ability to appoint a family member to any paid or unpaid positions or commissions within city government. As Dennis Bertone pointed out, we already do not have that. So a lot of these people are misinformed. And I'm just clarified. I'm not criticizing their emails, and I know they're going to want the restrictions anyway, regardless of the language they use.
What's fascinating...
But I want to make sure, let me finish this clarification. It's going to take another 5 minutes. One email said, I have appointed my son to a committee. I did not only did I not appoint him to the committee, I didn't even know he was on the committee for several weeks. So he's on a committee, but that was his own doing as a person in the community. And I think people might think that, we're living in some banana republic and everybody up here is not telling the truth or something like that. But I did not know that Philip had applied, or however it happened that he got on that committee. An email said that I'm attempting to appoint my daughter-in-law to commission. Nothing further from the truth. Again, she applied without my knowledge, and a lot of people have said that I've pushed her and everything like that. I did not suggest it to her in any other way other than the mayor, who suggested to her personally that she should apply for a commission. And I may have said at some point, yes, you should get involved if you want to, affect things in the city. And being on the Historical Society, at that time Festival of Arts, Music in the Park, whatever it would be, including commissions and committees, are one way to do it. Multiple emails said that a council member has attempted to appoint a family member. An email implied that a council member has appointed family members to multiple positions of power and influence. So I'm not sure where that came from. And an email said that, quote, it's alarming that a city council member thinks they have the right to appoint family members and in-laws to a commission. Lastly, another email said it was deeply disturbing to learn that longtime council member John Eviter, maybe I already read this one, is openly public and unapologetically advocating to appoint his family members to city boards, commissions, and committees. All of those folks are not what is happening. A, it's not nepotism that we're talking about. B, those are not things that are happening. I do not have any ability. I've never asked for the ability. I never suggested for the ability. And when the idea came up that we should appoint from this body, that we maybe should consider appointing people to each commission. You might remember that. The idea was each council member would appoint one member to a commission. I said I was unalterably opposed to that idea. I have never been wanting to or suggesting or in any way implying that we should have that ability, and I have never said that a certain person, Isabel in this case, who as we know is, she's Isabel, but whatever you think about Isabel, she gets things done. So, but I have told her, and I've told everybody else, she's on her own, basically. She's on her own, and she has to, just as the opposite of nepotism, has to use her merits to be appointed. And if people think she's qualified, great. If they, for some reason, don't want to appoint her, that is great as well. So I have more to say, but I just wanted to make sure that you understood that, like Dennis said, we have no power to appoint anybody individually. And I did not recommend Isabel to the Parks and Rec Commission or anything else. As I understand it, the director at that time solicited her for that position without my knowledge, and she applied long before I heard anything about it. And that's all I have to say for now.
All right, well, one thing I want to clarify is I did, in fact, at one point in time, Isabel, year and a half, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever I met her, she asked about how to get involved. And I said, get involved by volunteering, get on a commission. It was a very general conversation, and at that point in time, that's how I put it out there, and I'm not denying that I did that. As I've said, and someone threw it back in my face, my daughter asked me about applying, okay? I told my daughter I didn't think it was a good idea, not really knowing that we didn't have a policy on it. I just told her that in my world, it just doesn't look good. Okay? I don't want to be a part of that situation where people says, oh, he appointed his daughter. And so that's it. Believe me, even to the last few days, my daughter has said, I'd like to be on a commission. Okay? And I've told her the same thing, and I'm going to tell it to the world. This city has a great wealth of opportunity to volunteer. Okay? We have the barbecue. We have whatever. Okay? Isabel and Phil are volunteering by doing some of the community outreach that they're doing. And it's, obviously we all know that they took a big role in the No Big Hotel thing. But I also know that this No Big Hotel thing came about by conversation, just like, and I don't know what conversation Ryan and Isabel and whatever. But I can tell you that the No Big Hotel got into my world after I was talked to by Ryan, Isabel, Philip, and whoever, and that's when I changed my mind and said, let's look at other options. So I recognize that you know, your young family or want to be a part of this community, and as we know, we listen all the time to people who may never have paid any attention to what was going up at this dais, and you know, thank them, because they have made us a little more cognizant and listening to what's going on. But I'm sorry that if Isabel felt that I led her down the wrong path, but I have to tell you, I did tell her at one point or another, not really overly thinking about it, was a general question, what should I do, you know, to get involved? And I did say, you know, go to get, you know, volunteer, get on a commission. I bet you I've told 1,000 people that, okay? And so that's where it's at. I just have a real problem, and these are, I've read every one of these, okay? I read every one just like you did, John. It came in all day long, okay? But I've talked to many people in the market and here and there who've cornered me, and they just feel that it doesn't seem right. You know, Betty Jean Lamb tonight called, and she talked about what smelled right and what smelled, and as you know, you guys were on this council many times listening to a certain councilman say, it doesn't pass the smell test. It doesn't mean that that person is going to be bad, okay? It just means that there are people out there that are going to look at her, that are looking at us and saying, you know what, you have your daughter on a commission, or you have your son on a commission or a committee or something like that. You know, I think I told you, and in this meeting, from this very dais, that Philip was on a committee. I've heard good things about it. Okay, good comments from other committee members. Did I know he was on the committee? No, just like you. I didn't know it until I was told to. The planning department appointed those people. They asked for 6 applicants. They got 7, and they took all 7. Okay, so there was no interview process, and we didn't, as a council, appoint these people at all. It came through the planning department, and I believe that I heard 2 meetings ago or 3 meetings ago that Isabel was on a committee that was formed through the Parks and Recreation Committee. None of us knew that.
And I'm right with you.
Okay, so it's there. There is a place for our family to perform. Okay, this issue, absolutely. I've been on this thing for 13 years, 14 years. I know that you've been on it for 150, and you got 200 or 300. This has been here forever, but it never came to be an issue. It never came to be an issue, but it is on Front Street now. It's become an issue. We have people saying, well, if this person goes on a commission, then I'm going to get, this person on a commission, and we're back and forth. I just believe that we just need to cut it out and ask these people who want to be involved to be involved. Okay, but there's other places to be involved, okay, without pointing it out. John, Isabel's not a bad girl. I'm sorry, bad woman. Okay, she has a heart that's for this community. Okay, and then there's no doubt about it. My daughter is, and I can call her kid, okay, she has a heart. She wants to be involved, but I just don't think it looks right, and that's where I'm sorry, and like I said, I'm sorry that Isabel feels like or maybe feels that I sent her down a path that wasn't right. But like I said, it was not from any vindictiveness in my heart. I've listened to her many times when she called. I'm sorry that she hasn't called me in quite a few months because she doesn't feel like I listen. But I've always returned her call when she called, and that's it. And I hate that this is focused on one person, because it shouldn't be.
Yeah, Mayor, I don't personally, and I'm just going to say this, I don't necessarily, it's not focused on one person. It's a policy issue. And, to be abundantly clear to everybody, that this is strictly a policy issue. That's exactly what it is. And in fact, if you really listen to what's been said up here by all of us, including John, is that the council doesn't support nepotism. It's very simple. In fact, the way the policy is even written, as proposed by staff, sounds like it's acceptable, because the city council individual members have all said that they're not appointing. So what we're saying is here through this policy is that not just the city individual members of the city council will make this appointment, but we're also saying that the whole body will not engage in this activity. And that's a good statement. It's good policy. And so I agree with the mayor, and as many people up here, I have several family members that live in this community as well. But like the mayor, my family members are not sitting here itching to get involved, largely because I've just said, hey, it just doesn't look right. It doesn't feel right. There's plenty of other people in this community that want to serve, and those are the people we should give that seat to. And some people would argue, I know John says Phil's a free thinker and all that, and some would argue that I'm not, or maybe I am. But the bottom line is you get traits from your parents that go down. You pick up mannerisms, you pick up values and ideals. That's why they're good people, just like you, John. So no one's arguing, I think, the character of the appointees or potential appointees or applicants. What we're saying here is, in terms of a policy for the city, should we expand the policy to preclude council members and manager from appointing their relatives as outlined? So I'm supportive of the staff's language as proposed in red, as written on the staff report that was presented previously regarding this.
Can I suggest that if we're having a list of relatives, that we add that to that list? Actually, nepotism comes from the word nephew, as I mentioned, but cousins, uncles, aunts, nephews, and nieces.
Done.
What about daughter-in-laws, sister-in-laws, brother-in-laws?
They're all in there.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all in there.
Yeah.
John, can you repeat that addition?
Cousins, uncles, aunts, nephews, and nieces.
John, are you going to share your ancestry tree?
John, I don't see son-in-law and daughter-in-law. Am I missing it?
Oh, Mayor, it's on the staff. Are you looking at the staff report, John?
I'm looking at this page right here.
B. Oh, there you go. Yeah, same thing. That's what I'm looking at.
Attachment B, page 12.
Son-in-law and daughter-in-law. I'm sorry. Child spouse is there, and then under child spouse is brother-in-law and sister-in-law.
So would that include? I'm trying to think of the tree that John signed on. So nephew would be aunt or uncle's child.
My brother's son.
Yeah. Brother's son. Yeah. Okay. All right.
And my brother, I do have a brother with a son and a daughter. Well, he actually has 4, but 2 still live in San Dimas. And what's the page, Ryan, again, on the handbook itself?
Attachment B. Sorry, attachment B, page 12.
Page 12. Just want to make sure everything is on there that you want to have on there. Child spouse, I guess, is where we are on that. Yeah, so it's included.
Okay, I guess that would cover it. I'm looking for X words, and it's
yeah, exactly. So I'm wondering why not that many cities have a policy like this, and I'll accept your reason for bringing this forward now, that the issue has come up. Let's call it that, and I'll accept that on this dais as the reason that it came up, and I'll accept the entire council's reasoning that I'll just won't debate that debate that. However, as a policy itself, the fact that hardly any other cities, and I grant there are some, but hardly any cities have a policy prohibiting relatives from being on commissions, I think it speaks a lot. It's because this is not really a problem. It has not been a problem. If, and it's in the handbook and policy, that if anybody on a commission is acting in any way that we don't like, and it could be it doesn't even have to be a reason. It's because they wear purple and we don't like it. But, if it were a serious reason, seriously, then the council can remove that person at any time. The staff can recommend that the person is being disruptive or acting untoward or is getting too big for their britches or whatever it is.
When's the last time that's happened here?
It hasn't happened because it hasn't been a problem. That is and it's not to say there aren't personalities. There are always personalities, and part of what we deal with every day here, at home, out in our jobs, wherever, and on these commissions, and I bet you within City Hall, people have personalities, and sometimes you have to work at getting along, and that's what you're supposed to do. And there's even I think there's a conflict resolution part of this that we want to adopt, and that's all fantastic. But we don't need to disqualify people who are qualified for the job. And I'm just wondering, why San Dimas? Why San Dimas? Is San Dimas really that way? Is San Dimas really on our road?
I thought it was very clear. Okay? I was on the council for 14 years.
Yeah.
Okay? Never had a problem. Understand. And would never have brought it up. My daughter several times wanted to do it, but I didn't find it necessary to bring it up, to explore it, because personally, I did not think it was a good idea. So that was it. And if I'd have thought this problem would have came up a long time ago, I would have went and researched it and found out that we didn't have a policy. Okay? So then I could have said to my daughter, go ahead and apply. But that doesn't mean that it would have made it more comfortable for me, because it would not have made it more comfortable for me. But at least I would have been able to sit down at dinner and not have an argument. But the reality is that it did come to light, and it is on Front Street, and we need to address it. Okay? And because there are a lot of people out there, whether we read the word nepotism or we read the word, favoritism, Signal Hill, or whatever it is, there's a lot of people who believe that this shouldn't happen, and it shouldn't be a part of it. Okay? And the last thing I want to do is discourage anyone from participating. Okay? But there are many ways to participate in the community events. I mean, literally, we're talking about people, okay, who, we have barbecues, we have other city events, and a lot of people involved in this I've never seen at anything. They may have came to eat, but they didn't participate in helping serving food or any kind of other things that we needed volunteers for, no matter who they are. I mean, anybody's relatives up here, the only thing I've seen is the four of us up there serving food and all the other stuff, but I didn't ever see anyone's family members actually doing stuff, except for people serving in the back line, and I didn't see any other family members other than, quite honestly, the people who normally volunteer to do that stuff. My wife has been out there serving and all that other kind of stuff, but my wife's not asking to be on a commission. She's volunteering her time just like other people should be volunteering their time. There's many, many things we can do to be of service to this community. Okay? And it doesn't have to come back and point at, all of this stuff is ridiculous.
I just come back to, why aren't there more cities who have this problem? Why is San Dimas virtually...
You know what? Let me answer this, okay? Yeah. Just very briefly. Okay? We sit at here and we listen. You're sitting at home listening just like I was listening from here. People call up and say, why do you keep asking your staff to do research on other communities? You guys are a community. You guys should be looking for what's going on. Stop looking for other communities to make an excuse of. okay, to use as an excuse. And quite honestly, I heard that. Now, did I think about it this way? No, I didn't. But I heard them say, why is it always you want to know what Glendora's doing, or why do you want to know about what Laverne is doing? Okay, why are you constantly trying to pass the buck to another community? So that's really all I can say about that, John.
Sorry, go ahead, Eric.
I apologize, but I'll just say that assuming that if we were to move ahead, and this is my thought process going into this, if we were to move ahead with an appointment or interviews, with you recusing yourself in this particular instance, or anybody else, if that situation were to arise, I don't think there would be. It would put the rest of the council or whoever's doing the interviews in a very particularly bad spot, because we have a working relationship that we need to maintain as a governing body, and to have that familial tie to somebody that's in the process, it puts the people, even though the involved relative has recused themselves, it puts the others that are doing the interviews or doing the appointments when it comes time to do an appointment in a really bad spot. And it could potentially sway somebody's decision either way. Because just by nature of what we do have influence, and especially when it comes to relationships among each other. Everybody, it's human nature. In psychology, is we want to maintain human relationships and minimize conflict, and that's where that influence could creep in the selection and or the interview and selection process. Now let's play the inverse, and let's say those. So the council members are in a bad spot because if they say, no, we don't feel good with this, it could potentially damage relationships on the council. Now, if they say, yeah, okay, fine, we'll do this. I agree, it does put staff in a bad spot because there is that conveyed influence through that familial tie that now they're having to either walk on eggshells, tiptoe around, cater to, whatever it may be, but that's essentially their boss's kid. When it comes to local government, we're not a family-owned business, and in family-owned business, nepotism, in the truest sense, is a real thing, and it's very common. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It can be, but in local government, we as the governing body, we're the top of the pyramid, and to have somebody in a very prominent leadership role have family brought in at any level of the organization, I just don't think is appropriate in that sense, whether it's paid or not, because I think the influence and the issues are just inseparable. This is, of course, not a commission spot, but I'll give you an example of my personal life. My dad, for many years, worked for the city of Glendora. He worked hard. He promoted within the organization. He was in a leadership role. As Mr. McDonald, who called in earlier, said, that kids tend to follow role models they see in a public service, which is 100% true. I know that to be the case. And I think it says a lot about you and the way that you've raised your kids, is that they look up to you as a role model, which is a good thing. As I did my dad. I found an alternative way to serve the community. I joined the military. And by the time he retired, I got out of the military and I applied to a number of different places, but it just so happened to be the same organization that he worked at for many years hired me. That would have been a real problem had he still worked there. In fact, I don't think I would have gotten the job, because he's a supervisor supervising me though it may be indirectly. I don't think that would have been possible, but it wasn't a huge hurdle in my career. It didn't cause me great anxiety or any problems. He finished his career, he moved on, and I was able to step in, and I was very proud to slide in and continue a tradition of service to that particular community because it was my hometown. So that's where my thought process is. That's kind of just where I'm at with this. And I completely respect you, your family, Isabel and Phil, obviously very active. And I'm not saying that I want them to not give back to the community, because that's really what San Dimas, what I appreciate about San Dimas is that people are active and they do care. So that's where I'm at.
I would just share that I received a call from a teacher today at a local school, presented this scenario, not talking about what city, but presented the exact scenario with the exact same facts to 3 different classes. And out of 90 students, only one actually had no issue with what we're discussing. All of the rest of the students found issue. To John and to your family, as it relates to this particular issue, I understand the complexity of it and I'm empathetic to it. And hearing what sounds like the consensus of council, I would surmise would be to adopt the language as written and proposed by staff. But that being said, if you are that passionate about it and you believe that we may be getting this wrong, I would propose to you that I am absolutely unequivocally not opposed and would be willing to make a motion right now to place this on the next upcoming election as an advisory measure to the City Council, a non-binding advisory measure, to be able to ask the community, should the City Council of the City of San Dimas, or should the City of San Dimas allow the City Manager and the City Council to appoint their family members or relatives to both paid and unpaid commissions, boards, and committees. And I would be willing to put that out on a ballot as an advisory measure for the entire community to vote and weigh in on. And if it comes back overwhelmingly that the general public believes that we got this one wrong, then I'm willing to change it. But
Okay.
that's where I would be at on that.
I think we'd be abdicating our responsibility if we don't at least do something.
Well, I'm saying we do something tonight. I'm saying after this decision.
I think we have to make a decision on that, and then, is he making a motion now?
Didn't hear it.
Because if he's making a motion, then the next motion wouldn't be...
No. I was saying if there's consensus to adopt the language as proposed and written, I could make a motion, if that's what you'd like, to just solidify this. I would move then that we adopt specifically to this particular issue the language as proposed in red on the Attachment B, San Dimas Handbook, page 12. However, I would make one amendment in light of something that John brought forward, is that this currently is written under appointments of employees' relatives. I would actually propose that this becomes its own letter and its appointment of relatives of city council members or the city manager. And that clarifies the issue of employees and what this is specifically addressing. And the inclusion of the familial relationships that John added, cousins, nephews, and
aunts, uncles,
and nieces.
So when you talk about its own letter, so instead of D, it would be FG or something?
E. Yeah, this would become
just
E.
move it down?
Yes, sir.
You know, we're all men, and there could be women here too, but we happen to be all men. I don't think anyone would have hesitance to not vote for a city council's relative or city manager's relative. I don't buy that argument. We're strong. People that are on city council usually are strong, opinionated, and we're making a problem of something that doesn't exist. It really It's not one individual appointing, it's the city council appointing. It's a non-paid position. I don't think there's a problem. We're not including people that should be included. I see nothing wrong with the mayor's daughter being on a committee if she wanted to be. I disagree with him there. I can understand his opinion about it, but I don't agree with him. So I will vote against this.
Was there a second to the motion?
No.
Yeah, I'll
Not
second.
yet.
So I don't know if we're operating under Rosenberg's Rules of Order, which I read, or Robert's Rules of Order, which I have not read the entire book. But under Rosenberg's Rules of Order, and if Roberts has a similar provision, once a motion is made, an alternative motion can be made. And you would vote on that alternative motion first, and then get to it's a substitute motion, basically, is what you call it. And then you would vote on the original motion. Are we operating under those rules?
Yes, that's the same under both Roberts and Rosenberg.
Okay, then I would move as a substitute motion. So the way it layers, right? And I'm pretty sure I know the way it's going to go, but I'm still going to make the motion.
I just want to be clear before we do this mechanically. He has to get a second to, this isn't an amendment. This is a substitute motion, so he has to get a second to his substitute motion, and then if that does not get it, which it may, then it would die, and then we would go to the first motion.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But if he does get his second, then you vote on the substitute motion first. And if it passes, then we're done. If it doesn't pass, we go back to the original motion.
Got it. So I think that other cities also wrestle with this problem. Other cities do not have this prohibition. Some cities have a disclosure requirement. So in light of the fact that there has not been a problem, and I'm not really sure what devious things a relative of mine would do on a commission, or what kind of a power he or she would accrue, I'm not really clear. I would make a motion that when a relative of a sitting city council member applies for a paid or non-paid position, for any of the non-paid positions, so this is not counting Planning Commission or DPRB. So for any of the committees we talked about right now, it's Equestrian, Parks and Rec, Public Safety, and Senior. When a relative applies, that relative shall disclose the relationship to the city council member when applying. The city council member will recuse him or herself from the interview process and the vote to appoint. Commissioners must take ethics training, sexual harassment training, obey the Brown Act, and all other current conflict of interest rules, which will continue or be strengthened. So we already have something about conflict of interest, so it's not specific on what we would do to strengthen them, and some of that may be addressed in some other parts of this matter. But it's basically disclose, council member recuses the relationship from interview and voting, and the commissioners must take all of that training, which informs the commissioner how to behave because he or she is a relative. Part of it. There's obviously a lot more, but part of it is how to behave when he or she is a family member. But that's the motion.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. Okay, we'll move back to...
Mayor, would you call the question, please?
So for the record on that vote, the motion failed 2-3, and the 3 members voting no were Mayor Badar, Councilmember Weber, and Councilmember Vienna.
Thank you.
Okay, call the question.
Yes, please.
Deborah, could you read Ryan's motion?
Councilmember Vienna made a motion to adopt the language proposed by staff as proposed on attachment B, page 12. and amended the motion to add the suggested familiar relationships suggested by Councilmember Ebner.
As well as itemizing it as its own letter.
Yes, and another amendment was to add it as its own section in the commission handbook. Those were the three areas of the motion.
I would also, if the second is there, I would also propose that this is included in the city council members handbook when that gets established as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
It was seconded by Councilmember Weber.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 3-2. Councilman Bertone and Councilman Ebner voted no. Weber, Badar, and Vienna voted yes. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, since we concluded that one and understanding the time, if you do not want to proceed and want to continue the discussion, one possibility is to adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, April 13th at 5 p.m., and we can continue the special meeting at that time without having to re-advertise or post the agenda, and we can pick
Is that the next city council meeting?
Correct, right before the next city
At
council.
what time?
5 o'clock.
Okay, I have one question. Prior to the vote, Ryan, you were talking about making a motion about, or making a comment about potentially putting this on the next city council or next election.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. You want to go back to that, or are we done with that?
Yeah, I actually, out of respect for Councilmember Ebner and his passionate position regarding this particular issue, I am not opposed to making a motion to go ahead and place this matter as an advisory measure on the next upcoming election for the city of San Dimas, to allow the public to vote on a motion, or a measure, that would read something to the effect of, should the city of San Dimas allow members of the city council and the city manager to appoint family members or relatives to paid and unpaid positions on any board, commission, or committee within the city of San Dimas?
Well, I would take paid off of that because that kind of skews the whole thing.
I don't think so, because that actually applies to the Planning Commission, which is a board, committee, or commission.
So we have a policy we just adopted. Why are we going to
It's an advisory measure, so if you're passionate about it and you think we got this wrong, it would allow the public to go ahead and vote on this.
I've never, no matter how passionate I've been on many issues, which is the case over the years, I have never advocated trying to overturn the council's decision with a referendum or advisory, whatever you want to call it. So I am not in favor of taking this measure to the public.
So withdrawn. Thank you.
I think we can, as Dennis said, I think there's a confusion among some people that we aren't our own people. And maybe that's where it comes from. And maybe there's some people on the council who think that same thing. If we don't want to do something, then we give our reasons, and that's what we do. If we do want to do something, same thing. So nobody's going to be swayed, by, I don't know, frivolous things. Anyway.
I think it's a question of the will of the people, and it seems that there may be some difference, perhaps, or maybe some value question here that this was a 3-2 vote. So
I'm satisfied with the clarifications I made and the responses I made to emails which contained a lot of inaccurate information that was stirred up from who knows where.
Very good. Thank you.
Are we adjourning to the rest of the, or what are we going to do?
You know, I think that staff is recommending that we adjourn this till the next meeting. It'll be Tuesday.
Yeah, this is coming Tuesday.
It's coming Tuesday at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Anybody have a problem with that?
No.
John,
Nope,
John,
sounds
you're retired. You ought to be able to make it.
I got lots of stuff to do, but I can be here at 5.
Holy cow, what lots of stuff your wife got?
In fact, I've got so much to do, I don't know how I found time to work, actually, when I was working.
Welcome to the retired world. So,
Mayor, just to make that official, because we're adjourning it to less than 5 days, we do need to have a vote on the adjournment to Tuesday at 5 p.m.
okay. All right, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. We'll adjourn this meeting. Oh, we need a vote. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. We'll adjourn this meeting till next Tuesday at 5 o'clock, which is the date is? It's the date.
April 13th.
April 13th.
And I would hold on to the binders you have with the agenda.
Okay. And the one thing I just want to make sure, you withdrew your motion?
Yes, Mayor. The motion's withdrawn.
Okay. All right.